Chapter 305. The young man in purple on the mountain peak had his black hair dancing in the wind. He pointed out the world passionately, looking like he was facing the world alone. However, Yi Fan thought that the fatty was pretending to be him and felt disgusted. Otherwise, he would have admired him a little. The young man in purple stood with his hands behind his back, looking more and more relaxed. He raised his eyebrows and said, "And you saints and saintesses in my eyes are nothing but flowers in a greenhouse. If I enter the 4-level secret realms in the future, I will challenge you one by one and make you bow down to me." Everyone was shocked, and many cultivators from the Holy Lands were even more furious. The younger generation was in an uproar. This barren ancient physique was too arrogant and intolerable. He pointed out the Eastern Barren territory, questioned the world, looked down on everyone, and thought he was the only one. "You've gone too far," someone shouted. On the mountain peak, the young man in purple looked up at the sky and said passionately, "My fate is up to me, not the heavens. In the future, this land will bow down to me." This fatty is too into it. He really thinks he has the sacred body of the ancients. Tu Fei was speechless. This immoral Taoist was actually stirring up emotions and looking heroic. "You're too arrogant." Many people could not stand such words. The eyes of the young man in purple shone brighter and louder. He said, "When my sacred body of the ancients is completed, I will bloom and kill all the flowers, sweeping across the Eastern Barren territory." His eyes were shining as he faced the crowd alone, looking like he was willing to fight against everyone in the world. However, when he remembered that he was Duanda, the big black dog felt like vomiting blood. Too shameless, too immoral. I have never seen such a person. Damn it, using someone else's name for fun is just inviting trouble for you. Tu Fei sighed at Yi Fan. "Your arrogance has reached the heavens." Someone from the Holy Lands shouted. "Am I arrogant? I was just stating the truth." Duanda disguised himself as Yi Fan. He swept his gaze around with a brilliant smile. His snow-white teeth flickered with a crystalline luster under the sunlight. "Holy Lands, all of you listen up. If you chase after me today, I will definitely repay you in the future. What right does a piece of trash like you have to say such things? You'll never be able to break through the Holy Ji Palace secret plane in this lifetime. Curses are meant to be broken, and miracles are meant to be created. Who can stop my destiny?" Duanda was in high spirits. His eyes were clear and bright as he said, "In the future, I will rule the world and visit all the lands of the great sage." I can't stand him anymore. Someone, hurry up and chop him up. There were people from the younger generation who were going crazy, truly unable to endure it any longer. "Keep your ancient scriptures well. I will definitely borrow them to take a look in the future. Polish up your weapons. I'll definitely play with them in the future. Guard the great emperor's tomb well. I will personally open it in the future." Duanda said 3 sentences in a row, and all of them were shouted in a very impassioned manner. It was as if he had pierced through the sky, causing the faces of everyone in the Holy Land to turn ugly to the extreme. The place erupted with noise. The purple-clothed youth risked universal condemnation and spoke these words. It truly left everyone shocked and furious. Tu Fei cursed. "This man is too arrogant. I want to see how he will deal with this later." The Black Emperor said to Yi Fan, "He said what you wanted to say. Anyway, it's too early. This damn fatty is making enemies for you. Today, I will stomp him to death. I won't feel wronged at all." Yi Fan sighed. He said so much, but only the last sentence is his true intention. This damn fatty hasn't changed his wicked nature. He still wants the great emperor's tomb. The more he tosses and turns, the more painful it will be when he falls. What I'm waiting for the most is the change of this damn fatty's face. Tu Fei laughed evilly. "Kid, you've said so much. You can die in peace now, right?" said an old man in a low-pitched voice. "You bunch of pigs. Do you think you can trap this saint's body?" Duanda was extremely sarcastic, cursing everyone inside. "Ignorant child, do you think that by carving Dao patterns, you can cross the void without fail?" An elder's face was full of disdain as he sneered continuously. Duanda shook his head, his face arrogant. "You old fogies. Do you think you can use secret treasures to lock this place and stop me from crossing the void? You're too naive. Kill him." Although they were precursors, they couldn't stand him anymore. Some of them wanted to storm forward. Duanda turned around arrogantly, his back facing the crowd. He walked slowly, clasping his hands behind his back. If I want to leave, who in this world can stop me? The void is locked. I want to see how you can leave. A hoarse voice arose, sounding calm. The Tao patterns I control are the remnants of the great ancient emperors. Who can lock them? Mocked Duanda. What? Don't send me off. Even if you send me off for 1,000 miles, we will part eventually. From now on, the sea is wide and the fish can jump freely in the sky. I'm leaving now. Duanda waved his hand and then muttered, You will never understand my path. Many people landed on the mountain peak. Their gazes could kill, and they all had the urge to bite him. Life is truly as lonely as snow. His purple robes fluttered in the wind, his back facing the crowd. This saint is leaving. But he didn't move and still stood in place. Go! Shouted Duanda. He still didn't move. Yellow leaves fluttered in the air, falling before his eyes. He didn't leave. Crossing the void. Duanda couldn't stay calm. The autumn wind blew, and the fallen leaves fluttered like butterflies. He stood there without moving at all. Damn it, crossing space. Duanda was anxious and had the urge to cry. But the autumn wind blew gently, and the scenery before him didn't change. This time, he was completely flustered. The consequences were too serious. He stamped his feet, but the mysterious jade platform didn't react at all. He couldn't cross the void. Duanda's body froze as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt the world spinning. Damn it, what happened? He felt his mouth dry and his buttocks on fire. The situation was extremely urgent. If he was trapped here, he didn't need to think to know what the consequences would be. Just now, he was in high spirits and looked down on the world. He had criticized the great sage to the latrine. If he couldn't leave, just thinking about it made his hair stand. Even if these old farts have secret treasures, they can't stop this Tao pattern. At this moment, he broke out in cold sweat. All of his coquettishness and elegance disappeared, and his calves started to cramp. After confirming again that he couldn't cross the void, Duanda's vision darkened. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. At this time, Duanda felt like he had stepped into the sky from a tall building. His scalp was numb, and his limbs were stiff. Damn it! He cursed in a low voice. At this moment, Duanda's face was completely green. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to curse the ancestors of the heavens. Why haven't you crossed the void? The mountain peak was already filled with people. They were less than 30 meters away from him, and it was impenetrable. Duanda turned around, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Guys, What about you? Where's your arrogance? Someone mocked him. King want to cry. God is messing with me. Duanda's face was green. He looked worse than if he had eaten a dead toad. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Tu Fei laughed crazily in the sky, which attracted people's attention. Yifan also had the impulse to pound the ground. He laughed happily. Seeing the wicked Taoist so gloomy, he was so happy. Finally, I see this damn fatty's face. Ha ha ha. Tu Fei laughed crazily, talking to Yifan. Black Emperor also laughed hollowly. His big mouth almost reached his ears. He looked a little evil. Why don't you run away? Everyone surrounded Duanda on the mountain peak, and all of them had mocking expressions on their faces. Just now, he was too arrogant, and now that he was on the verge of tears, they were all incomparably carefree. I'm so King depressed. Duanda's face was pale. His eyes moved back and forth as he was trying to find a way to escape. Where's your drive? Keep showing off. Duanda gritted his teeth. He couldn't say anything. He had been too high profile and said a bunch of harsh words. Now he could only watch helplessly. Are you scared? Why aren't you saying anything now? Someone sneered. F***ck, who's talking? Come out. I'll fight you one-on-one. If you don't like it, come over. I'll kill you with one slap. Duanda shouted again. He didn't dare to reveal his real body. He could only use the name of Yifan to show off. If he could escape and change back to his real body, he could still be free. He's arrogant again. You good-for-nothings from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. If it's one-on-one, I'll kill you one by one with one finger. Duanda was arrogant. F***CKU. Many people wanted to spit out these 4 words. Is there any cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm who dares to fight with me? If it's one-on-one, I'll kill you all. Duanda challenged. He didn't mention the saints and saintesses of the 4 levels secret realms. He didn't look at the elders in the distance. He shouted at the cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm, trying to find a chance to escape in the chaos. Whoosh! A group of people rushed up. They were all cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. They started to beat Duanda up. All kinds of treasures flew in the sky, beating him until he ran away. I'll fight all the heroes in the world alone. I'll leave my name in the history of the Eastern Barren Territory. Duanda suppressed his cultivation to the Holy Ji Palace secret realm and hid among cultivators of the same level as him, shouting non-stop. In the distance, Tu Fei chuckled. You're famous today. Yi Fan rubbed his temples. He really didn't know if it was worth it. Duanda, the bastard, was using his name and acting so arrogantly. It was really troublesome. Don't worry about this bastard. Hurry up and take down the wooden Taoist. Yi Fan flew into the distance. He had to admit that the honest wooden Taoist's mind was really strong. When Yi Fan and Tu Fei arrived, they heard the wooden Taoist standing on a mountain peak with the Alcade and the Ji family's people. This man didn't want to run away. He wanted the 2 Holy Lands to pay him 100,000 pounds of the source each. Tu Fei sighed and said, he's a genius. Under such circumstances, he's still calm and collected. He's still here to swindle the source. I really want to cut this wicked Taoist's heart open to see what he looks like. Taoist priest, although the information you've provided isn't fake, what time is it? We don't have time to go back and collect the source for you. After that, you'll have to pay us a high price. Moreover, we've already given you a lot. The Alcade's people were speechless. They hated the old Taoist. At this moment, taking the source chi of myriad beings was more important. Killing the purple-clothed young man was more urgent. Taoist priest, you've collected 10,000 pounds of source from the Ji family. If you add the rewards from the Alcade and the other big forces, you have at least 50,000 pounds of source, said the Ji family's people. Tu Fei sent a message to Yi Fan. Should we wait a little longer and let him swindle more source? We'll take action later. Don't. This wooden Taoist has the same temperament as that damn fatty. They're the same. They're both cunning. It's obvious that he wants to run away. It's his last chance to swindle us. Yi Fan made up his mind. He gazed at the wooden Taoist, ready to take action. Eventually, the Ji families and the Alcade's people dashed to the mountain peak, leaving the wooden Taoist there. Taoist priest, if you don't take the source now, do you expect them to give it to you later? Yi Fan approached the wooden Taoist. That's what I think. However, we can't provoke the Holy Lands, said the wooden Taoist. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All sorts of lights flickered as starstones, divine blood soil, and other materials engraved with Tao patterns flew out at the same time, sealing this mountain peak. Who are you? The wooden Taoist was startled. There were many people around. He didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him in front of so many people. The Tao patterns covered the mountain peak. Purple lightning was drawn down, stirring heaven and earth. The lightning was so violent that it scorched the ground and rocks. It's specially used to restrain me. The wooden Taoist's face changed immediately. Unscrupulous celestial being. It's you. Duanda's god was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. On the mountain peak, Yi Fan and Tu Fei took out their mysterious jade platforms. They were ready to steal the source and run away. The big black dog was controlling the Tao patterns to attack him. Duanda couldn't recognize Yi Fan and Tu Fei, but he definitely recognized this big dog. Boom! The purple lightning stirred heaven and earth. It was so terrifying that it hit Duanda's body. Chapter 306. The wooden Taoist's entire body was charred black. He had almost been burned to ashes just now. Every single streak of purple lightning was as thick as a water jar. They stirred up the 9 heavens as they hacked down from the heavens. The lightning radiance was terrifying, scorching the earth and stone. The wooden Taoist's expression changed drastically. This was the purple sky that countered him, and it could destroy his body of 9 tribulations. Without a consummate heaven technique, he definitely couldn't block it. The lightning was terrifying. He was like a tender branch in a storm, about to break at any moment. His Taoist robe had already turned into ashes, and his body was filled with terrifying burns. "It's you again, you damned dog. Your nose is really sharp. I still haven't settled the debt from last time," the wooden Taoist shouted. He was one with Duanda, and there was no difference. "Cow nose, I felt regretful that I didn't take you last time. Today, I've come to take you as a human pet," the large black dog shouted. He controlled lightning, causing heaven and earth to tremble, and the lightning was terrifying. A large dog threatened to take him as a human pet. How could Duanda, who had never been at a disadvantage, endure this? He was so angry that his fingers were trembling. He wanted to skin the dog alive, then immediately cook a pot of black dog meat, and swallow it with soup and meat. "You dog demon, I'll definitely suppress you. Human pet, don't be disrespectful to me. Be careful. I'll slowly train you in the future." The large black dog was like a wolf, very arrogant. "Unscrupulous. Celestial being," Duanda chanted, and his body emitted waves of light. "It's useless. I know you cultivate the tribulation passing heaven technique. All of this was arranged for you." The large black dog laughed sinisterly. On the mountain peak, there were Tao patterns everywhere, and it was completely sealed. He controlled the purple sky, and lightning struck one after another, turning this place into a sea of lightning. Although Duanda's cultivation level was high, he couldn't rush out of this forbidden area, and was trapped on the mountain peak. A purple sky from left and a muffled thunder struck him, making his body tremble. He was scorched black, and his body was about to be destroyed. In the distance, many cultivators couldn't see clearly what was happening here. They could only see the thunder in the sky. The Tao patterns carved by the Black Emperor were very mysterious, isolating the mountain peak from the outside world. Only the lightning descending from the sky could be seen. "Dog demon, we have no grudges or grievances. Why are you doing this? What do you want?" The wooden Taoist shouted. "Hand over source capital, and I'll take you as my human pet," the large black dog replied as he raised his bald tail. "Damn it!" The wooden Taoist Duanda was exasperated and said, "Infinite celestial being, you are too evil. Today, I will take care of you even if I have to sacrifice my cultivation." On the side, Yi Fan laughed mischievously. Light flashed in his hand. He had already prepared the profound jade platform. The operation this time was about to be completed. Tu Fei teased him. "That dog. If you can make him your human pet, I will admire you." Woof. Boom. A purple lightning strike came, almost hitting Tu Fei's head. He hurried to shut his mouth, not daring to say more. This forbidden land belonged to the big black dog. 9 heavens and 9 earths. Purify the undying body, the wooden Taoist Duanda shouted. However, his voice was quickly cut off. The large black dog roared, "Heavenly tribulation!" Tens of thousands of lightning strikes descended from the sky. All the purple lights connected together. The purple clouds were misty, and the light was dazzling. This was a world of lightning. There were purple skies and thunderstorms everywhere. Every inch of space was filled with a terrifying brilliance that could destroy everything. The heavenly tribulation of the 9 tribulations Tao pattern. The wooden Taoist Duanda exclaimed. Boom! This was not just a single lightning strike. It could be called a sea of lightning. Endless purple lights gathered together and fell down. The wooden Taoist Duanda's body cracked and was about to be smashed. Although he was made of divine power and not flesh and blood, he still felt a bone-piercing pain. He shouted, "You know this kind of ancient technique? I know many more. Hurry up and become my human pet." The large black dog shouted. Damn it! Unscrupulous celestial being. Duanda was so angry that his nose was crooked. However, the situation was not in his favor. He had no other choice. Boom! Endless lightning struck down, and Duanda's body became faint. Much of his divine power dissipated, and he was almost killed. Human pet. Surrender. I will give you supreme glory. The large black dog was extremely excited. He was just like Duanda, who was cursing all the holy lands with his purple clothes fluttering in the wind. Unscrupulous celestial being. Damn dog, don't be so proud. Duanda clenched his teeth and tried to think of a way to break through. Boom. The sea of lightning struck down. Duanda was beaten into the ground, and his mouth was full of sand. Human pet. Tremble. Your master is angry. His anger will sweep through the 9 heavens. The large black dog was extremely solemn and sacred. He had surpassed Duanda not long ago. Tu Fei was dumbfounded. F***ck. Did this damn dog also get into the mood? He doesn't want to be in front of the beauty Duanda, but he also wants to look down on the world? Boom! Thousands of lightning bolts interweaved and struck down. It was so dazzling that Duanda's eyes rolled back. Human pet. Repent. Kneel before me, and I will forgive your sins. The large black dog became more and more arrogant. His huge head was raised very high, as if he was an inviolable god. Yi Fan was also speechless. This damn dog was really immersed in his role. He thought of himself as a god. He was even more Duanda than Duanda had been not long ago. Human pet. Repent. I am everywhere, and I will walk with you. I will guide you back to my throne. The large black dog was majestic. He had a completely arrogant attitude, and his appearance was solemn. Boom! Tens of thousands of lightning bolts shattered Duanda's arms. Although divine power could be regenerated, he still cursed in pain. F***ck. The wooden Taoist Duanda's face turned completely green. He had never suffered such a great loss before. A dog was looking down on him with its head held high, and it was clamoring to take him as a human pet. This made him want to vomit blood. Damn dog, what do you want to do to make me stop? Duanda couldn't hold on anymore. The god that was born from this Tao palace definitely couldn't be harmed, because he still needed this clone to save his main body. Black Emperor, make him hand over the source first. Yi Fan shouted. This damn dog was only concerned with having fun, and had almost forgotten the proper business. Human pet, kneel down and worship me. I will forgive your sins. Crawl under my feet, and I will guide your path forward. The large black dog was becoming more and more engrossed. Boom! Lightning descended, and Duanda jumped and fled. F***ck, are you done? Duanda was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Hurry up and hand over all the source. I will make it stop. Yi Fan transmitted his voice through the lightning. You are too inhumane. This is something that I risked my life to obtain. How can you do this? Duanda shouted unwillingly. Taoist, haven't you always done things like this in the past? Yi Fan mocked. I have always left some leeway, but you. The wooden Taoist Duanda's hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Human pet, bow down. I will forgive your ignorance. The Black Emperor acted like a charlatan, and a purple sky descended, interrupting his words. Human pet, pray, I. Human pet, kowtow, I. The large black dog was really addicted. His majestic voice rang out continuously, and lightning struck wildly. Duanda was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Damn dog, hurry up and take back the source. Yi Fan couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was too torturous. Human pet, from now on surrender to me. I will be with you, and my glory will be with you. I will guide you to the path of immortality. My human pet, kneel down. The large black dog finally spat out his last words. It was really torturous. Even Yi Fan and Tu Fei couldn't stand it, let alone the unlucky Duanda. Duanda was struck by the lightning until white smoke rose from all over his body. He was barely breathing, and only half of his body was left. He lay there motionless like a dead dog, but he was cursing. Damn dog. F***ck. Black dog meat. I will stew you alive. Human pet, do you surrender? The Black Emperor raised his head and shouted. I'll give you the source. Hurry up and open the restriction here. The wooden Taoist shook his hand, and a large pile of colorful source appeared on the ground. Yi Fan didn't step forward. He said, this is only 10,000 kilograms of source. It's far from enough. One can't be too greedy. Duanda said in a low voice. Then there's no room for discussion. Black Emperor, continue to cast lightning. Yi Fan sneered. Do you really think you can kill me? The wooden Taoist's body suddenly became faint. He actually disintegrated on the spot, turning into nothingness. Heavenly technique of passing tribulations. Immortals are immortal, and they are everywhere. They are very difficult to destroy. The large black dog's eyes flashed, and he said, "But he's unlucky to run into me. Does he really think he can escape this tribulation by disintegrating?" Boom! Lightning interweaved, and every inch of space was filled. The lightning was like an ocean, drowning the mountain. This is the 9 tribulation Tao pattern. No matter what you become, as long as you are alive, you have to pass the tribulation. You! Duanda screamed, his voice coming from the void. Hand over source, we don't want to talk nonsense. If you don't take out 30,000 kilograms of source, you can just wait to turn into dust today, Tu-Fei shouted. My human pet, if you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being merciless, the large black dog threatened. Fine, you guys are ruthless enough. I'll give you all the source I have. Duanda was anxious. He was afraid that his main body outside would be destroyed. The sky was sparkling, and many source pieces fell from the sky. The mountain peak was resplendent, and it was dazzling. With so many source pieces piled together, the spiritual chi was dense, and it made one feel lost. This kind of dazzling thing was really bewitching. Black Emperor, trap him. I'll go collect the source. Yi Fan didn't want to be sneak attacked by Duanda. Everything went smoothly. Yi Fan waved his sleeves and collected the source pieces on the ground. There were more than 25,000 kilograms, and this was a huge fortune. If he added the 25,000 kilograms in his hands and the divine source, he could almost break through to the 4th heaven of the Tao Palace. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. This mountain peak collapsed, all of the Tao patterns cracking apart, the endless lightning disappearing. What's going on? Tu-Fei was shocked. Oh no, someone ruthless destroyed everything with absolute power. The large black dog was frightened. Without another word, Yi Fan took out the profound jade platform, threw it on the ground, and jumped on it with Tu-Fei. Then, he put the Black Emperor into his sleeves to avoid being exposed. Boom! At the same time, there was a second tremor. All the patterns shattered, and the world became clear again. Everything was clear. They saw that the real Duanda's main body was in a miserable state. He was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. He had escaped to this place and attracted many cultivators to attack. They worked together to destroy the mountain. Bada! In the sky, the wooden Taoist, who had been engulfed by the last purple cloud, fell down. Duanda and the wooden Taoist sensed each other and understood everything. They were so angry that they almost spat out their hearts. Mother Fasterisk Kerr, you guys. He pointed at the 2 people standing on the profound jade platform. His entire body was spasming. They had worked so hard and were almost killed, but in the end, all of their origin source was stolen by someone else. Many cultivators didn't understand what had happened. Even when the purple-clothed young man, Yi Fan, was spitting blood, he wasn't this excited. What was happening now? Something is wrong. In the distance, Jianghu's face changed. He was born with the God King body, and he had a strange connection with the saint body. He felt something. Yi Fan waved his hand with his back facing the crowd. He had a fight with the flirtatious Duanda, but the result was like heaven and earth. At the last moment, Duanda fell from heaven to hell, while Yi Fan had successfully crossed the void. At this moment, Duanda was so angry that his intestines were twitching. His stomach, liver, lungs, teeth. His entire body was in pain. Light flashed, and the formation sparkled. Yi Fan and Tu-Fei's figures disappeared into the open void. Stop him. Don't let them cross the void. Jianghu shouted. Xia Jiuyo didn't know why, but before Jianghu shouted, he had already moved. 9 beams of dragon energy under his feet turned into rainbow-colored waterfalls, flying forward. Chapter 307. The moment Yi Fan entered the void, he heard Jianghu's scream. He shivered inwardly. The king god physique was really sensitive. He had sensed something strange. From such a far distance, Shi Yan didn't try to suppress his saint physique, but the other had sensed it. Anyway, it wasn't important anymore. He had crossed the void and entered the eternal darkness. Freeze! An old voice arose from the mountain range far from him. The entire space trembled. The mysterious jade platform that Yi Fan's team had left couldn't self-destruct. Everything was frozen. Xia Jiuyo's white robe was otherworldly. He stepped on 9 flows of dragon energy, and was the first one to jump onto the mysterious jade platform. He disappeared shortly. The 2 gray-robed old men followed him closely. Jianghu had the king-god physique. He had an imposing appearance with a divine moon above his head. It was as bright as a god. It flashed and disappeared. He had successfully crossed the void. Duanda's purple robe fluttered. He still looked like Yi Fan. He turned into a wisp of black smoke as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He also disappeared. After him. Don't let him escape. The people behind him screamed. They all dashed forward and started to cross the void. Poor wooden Taoist. Before he could crawl up, he had been kicked 7 or 8 times. He grimaced in pain. He also dashed forward to chase after them. 2,000 miles away, the void became dim. After a moment of distortion, a crack appeared. Yi Fan and Tu Fei flew out of it. It's not right. Someone is chasing us. Yi Fan's heart jumped. That space crack fluctuated fiercely. Obviously, many people were crossing it. Hurry! Someone is hiding in the dark and has stopped the mysterious jade platform, said the Black Emperor. However, they didn't feel any fear. It was because they had made ample preparations, engraving even more complicated chain Dao patterns on a mountain peak. Yi Fan and Tu Fei flew to the mountain in front of them. They climbed the vast platform and prepared to cross the void one more time. Boom! Not far from them, the void was torn open. A group of people rushed out. Xia Jiuyo, Jianghu, Xianxia, the Superfluous Evolution Holy Land successor, the Dao One Holy Land successor, the Purple Mansion Holy Land successor. Of course, there was also Taoist Duanda. He had been beaten out of the cave. Even though he was in the dark void, he was still engaged in a life-and-death battle. A group of people were chasing after him. The most frightening thing was that a group of old people had successfully crossed over. They had locked onto Duanda and Yi Fan. Imprison! The ancient voice resounded throughout the world. Let's go! Yi Fan activated the chain Dao pattern and traversed the void again. Someone wanted to stop Yi Fan and the others from crossing the void, but they didn't expect that the Dao pattern carved by the Black Emperor was very special and wouldn't be affected. In the darkness, Yi Fan said in shock, there are powerful people watching us. Black Emperor, is the Dao pattern you inscribed okay? The large black dog was extremely confident, and he sent a voice transmission from within Ling Han's sleeve. I'm not afraid of vicious chasing after me. I'll definitely be able to escape with my life. If he isn't strong enough, I'll just torture him. Buzz! The void trembled, and they appeared 2,500 miles away, landing on a jade platform. This was a Dao pattern platform that could allow them to cross the void in both directions. The large black dog laughed sinisterly like a cunning wolf and said, destroy this jade platform and cut them off in the void. This damned dog is too vicious. Tu Fei was shocked, and then he also laughed. Without saying anything, Yi Fan shattered the jade platform with a palm strike. Then, he stepped forward and landed on another formation pattern. He was about to cross the void again. Boom! Behind them, the moment the jade platform was destroyed, the void was also pierced. A group of people fell out, and many of them directly turned into blood mist. Of course, most of them were just in a sorry state because there were a dozen old people holding up the void with their terrifying weapons. Thus, they didn't cause too many casualties. Stop fighting. I admit defeat. I'm not that bastard Yi Fan. Duanda's miserable cry came from the crowd. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't withstand the attacks of a group of people. A group of old men was watching him like tigers watching their prey, so he didn't dare to use his true strength. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Yi Fan and the others quickly disappeared, and they crossed the void again. Black Emperor, your chain Dao pattern is also useless. They've chased us down, and only a few dozen people died just now. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. Don't worry, the chain Dao pattern needs to be transferred more than a dozen times. They'll be in trouble later. The large black dog still didn't panic. Buzz! The void trembled slightly, and Yi Fan and the others rushed out. Outside, black mist billowed into the sky, and they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. The killing intent was dense. Tu Fei said in surprise, where have we come to? This is the dark hell killing field of the Tao patterns. They fell in here by mistake, and they'll be in trouble. The Black Emperor sneered. Yi Fan finally understood why the large black dog was so tired when he finished carving these Tao patterns. He was really diligent. Entering here without reason would definitely cause people to die. With the large black dog leading the way, they quickly walked out and appeared on a jade platform not far away. Behind them, a dense killing intent could be felt. The void split open, and the moment the pursuers rushed out, their killing intent soared into the sky. Streaks of dark hell sword chi shot out. Each streak was as thick as a water jar, and they were indestructible. Pooh! Pooh! Blood splashed and miserable screams could be heard. Many people were pierced, and they died on the spot. This was practically a massacre. When Tu Fei looked at the large black dog, a strange expression appeared on his face. He felt that this damned dog was indeed not ordinary, and it was very frightening. Boom! Suddenly, the dark hell killing field shattered, and it was turned into dust by a large bell. Damn it! What a ruthless fellow! Could it be that a saint master has come? Yi Fan was shocked, and he crossed the void again. The black wind in this heaven and earth was like a blade, and the mist floated. When rocks were thrown into the mist, they would be turned into dust upon contact. There was a softine energy circulating. In this area, I have carved the Shadow Tao pattern. When the shadow astral wind blows, the human body will be turned into a meat paste immediately. The large black dog led the way and said, "You too, be careful. Don't take a wrong step. Otherwise, you will be turned into a puddle of blood." This damned dog is really good. He can even carve such a vicious Tao pattern. Tu Fei was frightened. As soon as they walked out, the void behind them cracked open. Those people could always stop the dark jade platform and chase after them again. It was hard to get rid of them. Ah! The miserable screams were especially shrill, rising and falling. This area was dark. When the shadow astral wind blew over, many people's flesh and bones were turned into meat paste. They couldn't resist at all. Even the powerful weapons were turned into dust immediately. Boom! Suddenly, a large golden hand crossed the sky and slammed down. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The shadow astral wind scattered, and the Black Emperor's Tao pattern was destroyed with absolute power. Damn, too ruthless. He destroyed the shadow astral wind with his bare hands. This person is too terrifying. The Black Emperor was given a big fright. Yi Fan and the others fled at the first moment, but it was still difficult to get rid of the other party. The dark jade platform was always stopped by the other party, and couldn't self-destruct. After crossing the void 7 or 8 times, they still couldn't get rid of that large golden hand. It was like a terrifying nightmare that entangled them. After crossing the void for the 9th time, they appeared in an ancient battlefield. Crimson flames burned here, and an aura soared into the sky. Many white skeletons were suspended in the air, and it was extremely eerie. Damn, I don't believe that the Tao pattern that I carved can't stop them. The large black dog was also anxious. The killing field that he had painstakingly carved was destroyed one by one, and it made him feel the seriousness of the matter. What formation pattern is this? Yi Fan asked. This is the ancient killing field, the Lost Sea. Elites will sink into it, and it will be hard for them to free themselves. A terrifying killing intent will appear and destroy them. Yi Fan and the others walked out of the ancient killing field, the Lost Sea. In the end, the pursuers behind them crossed the void and appeared again. Duanda screamed, "Stop chasing me. You should be able to tell that I don't have the sacred body of the ancients, and I have nothing to do with that B***starred Yi Fan." Jianghu, Xianxia, the young Taoist priest of the Tao One Holy Land, and many others, as well as many seniors, had already realized that he was definitely not Yi Fan. However, the others kept attacking him. Even some holy sons were sneering, forcing him to reveal his identity. One of them asked, "Who exactly are you?" In the ancient killing field, the Lost Sea, a myriad of killing intent suddenly appeared, and many people fell for it. Xia Jiao and Jianghu engaged in a fierce battle, and Duanda began to fight desperately with an old man. Yi Fan and the others stood on the jade platform, preparing to cross the void. The Black Emperor sneered, "How can the Tao pattern that I carved be useless?" Dong. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, the giant golden hand appeared again and smashed the ancient battlefield, disintegrating the lost sea. Tu Fei's expression changed instantly, and he said, I know. This is the clone of the Old Rock King. Let's go quickly. The Old Rock King's real body may arrive at any time. Yi Fan's expression also changed on the spot. He had put away the Little Rock King, and the Old Rock King was searching for him everywhere. It was not surprising that a clone had come. Let's go quickly. The Old Rock King was a demon king that even the great sage lords feared. His strength was terrifying, and he possessed the world's fastest speed. He was the most difficult to deal with. Don't worry. After passing through 3 more Dao pattern killing fields, we will reach the place where I carved the ultimate Dao pattern, the large black dog said. Behind them, there were not many people chasing them anymore. Along the way, many people had been killed by the large black dog's Dao pattern. He had killed them without spilling any blood. After passing through 3 more killing fields, they finally reached the place where the large black dog had said he would carve the ultimate formation pattern. They quickly rushed onto the jade platform. The large black dog said, All right, we are definitely safe now. With a flash of light, they disappeared on the spot. In the darkness, Yi Fan asked, Are you sure that we are safe now? This should be the last Dao pattern. If we still can't shake them off, the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't worry. As long as we leave, the Dao pattern will close up and evolve again. Only we can travel through the void. That place will become a dangerous place. In reality, this was indeed the case. After they left, the place where they had been standing flickered with light, and the Dao pattern had changed. It had completely changed. In the heaven and earth, chilly winds howled angrily, and sword chi was like a rainbow. This place had become a land of death. Unfortunately, they could no longer see it with their own eyes. The ultimate Dao pattern allowed them to travel 50,000 miles in one go. They were completely far away from the chaotic cloud state, and they appeared in a vast desert. What is this place? There was no sign of human habitation in the vast golden desert. Yi Fan, Tu Fei, and the large black dog flew for a long time, but they still could not leave this boundless desert. Finally, the large black dog carved the Dao pattern and traveled through the void again. However, he still could not leave this boundless desert. What the hell? After shaking off that group of people, what kind of damned place have we come to? Although the large black dog had traveled through the void when he was carving the Dao pattern, he had never come here personally. They had traveled 60,000 miles in the first dozen times, and the last time they had crossed 50,000 miles. They didn't know where they had ended up after traveling more than 100,000 miles. Let me think. Tu Fei pondered for a while. Suddenly, his face changed as he said, The area 100,000 miles away from the chaotic cloud state should be the famous godly desert. What kind of place is this? Yi Fan felt something was wrong. This is a damned place. Many cultivators get lost in there, and they can't get out for the rest of their lives, said Tu Fei. It can't be. Yi Fan frowned. It wasn't good news at all. Tu Fei's face was heavy. According to the ancient books, some people can get out after half a month, but some people can't leave until their lifespan is exhausted. This godly desert is really evil. The corners of the Black Emperor's mouth twitched as he cursed. Damn it! Turns out it's this place. I've been trapped here for more than 100 years. I hashtag a percent yen hashtag percent. How come you've been trapped here for more than 100 years? Yi Fan asked in fright. The large black dog's face was dark. That year, to find that ruthless man's territory, I got into the godly desert by mistake. I was almost suffocated to death for more than 100 years. They could cross the void to get in here. However, if they wanted to get out, crossing the void wouldn't work. This was the godly desert of evil creatures. Yi Fan felt the seriousness of the situation. This godly desert wasn't normal. It had trapped the large black dog in his prime for more than 100 years. Perhaps we're lucky. We can get out after a dozen days. Tu Fei made an optimistic assumption. I hope so, nodded Yi Fan. Just like that, they continued to move forward in the godly desert. They got lost and couldn't find the way out. 6 days later, Yi Fan and the others were a little anxious. They didn't see any sign of getting out. The desert stretched as far as the eye could see. At noon, it was as hot as a furnace. At night, it was cold to the bone. The difference in temperature was huge. On the 7th day, at noon, the sun was scorching. Yi Fan gazed into the distance. Suddenly, he was shaken. There's a building. In the golden desert, the sun was as hot as fire. At the end of the horizon, they could vaguely see a building that wasn't tall. In this desolate and uninhabited desert that could even trap cultivators, they were naturally alarmed to see a building. They quickly flew over. It was a Taoist temple. It wasn't grand, and it was small. It wasn't even as spacious as the stone house of a poor family. Although it was old, it was still intact. Half of it was covered by sand, and the exposed part wasn't even as tall as a human. Yi Fan waved his large sleeve, scattering the golden grains of sand, revealing this small ancient Taoist temple, revealing its full appearance. It was built with the most common stone in the north region. Although many years had passed, the stone Taoist temple hadn't collapsed. It was still standing. How come there's a stone Taoist temple like this? Tu Fei was surprised. Yi Fan walked into the ancient temple that didn't have a door. He looked around and his face froze. He saw some familiar words on the wall. They were words from the other side of the galaxy. It was the bell cauldron script from the pre-Qin period of China. The pre-Qin ancient characters were different from the characters of this world. Yi Fan recognized them. He was shocked, and his heart beat furiously. The bell cauldron script from the pre-Qin period. He was shocked. Since he had come to this world, Yi Fan had learned a lot. He wanted to connect this world to the other side of the galaxy, but he couldn't find any clues from the ancient books. He didn't expect to see the pre-Qin ancient characters here today. It was easy to imagine how shocked he was. During the pre-Qin period, people came to this world from the other side of the galaxy. Yi Fan deduced. He was so excited. The two worlds weren't isolated. The ancient people had come here before. Maybe he could find the way back. What are you mumbling? What kind of stupid characters are these? How come I don't know any of them? The big black dog looked suspicious. Let me see what's written. Yi Fan was so excited. He carefully read the ancient bell cauldron script. Chapter 308. Early Qin referred to the era before the Qin dynasty in ancient China. It started from the time when humans were born and ended in 221 BC when Emperor Qin destroyed the 6 states. The bell and cauldron script was also called the golden script. It was carved on the bronze wares of the Zhou dynasty. The golden script was used from the early Shang dynasty until the Qin destroyed the 6 states. The Zhou dynasty was the most prosperous. Inside the temple, lines of the bell and cauldron script were carved on the modeled ancient walls. They were strong and majestic. The qi was dense and the atmosphere was solemn. Yi Fan looked at them attentively. There were 215 ancient characters. The strokes were strong and slim as if they were alive. He recognized 69 characters but couldn't understand the other 146 characters. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand them. Among the 69 ancient characters that he recognized, 9 of them were inferred based on the meaning of the text. These ancient characters were really too ancient. Even a real scholar couldn't recognize all the bell and cauldron script. On the other side of the universe, the later generations could only recognize some of these characters. Qi practitioner of the early Qin dynasty. Yi Fan was shocked. These were the characters left by the ancient people from the other side of the universe. He read the records carefully. Although he couldn't recognize most of the characters, he had a preliminary understanding that this person belonged to the early Qin dynasty in ancient China. However, he couldn't figure out who he was and whether he had a prominent position in the ancient history. After all, there were 150 characters that he couldn't recognize. Qi practitioner. It was the first time he had heard of such a term. These 3 characters made Yi Fan daydream. He seemed to see a mysterious period of time. There were secrets in the ancient times that no one knew about. He could recognize 69 characters, but they weren't connected. It was hard to connect them. After reading for a long time, he could only vaguely understand some of them. This Qi practitioner of the early Qin dynasty didn't cross the void and come to the other side of the universe. There was a reason in the bell and cauldron script, but he couldn't recognize it. Is this a secret technique? The big black dog asked impatiently. No. Kid, you're hiding something. We found it at the same time. Decipher it, the big black dog urged. Yi Fan didn't mind it, turning to Tu Fei. Are there other worlds outside this one? Have you ever heard of them? Tu Fei was skeptical, shaking his head. Never heard of it. What do you know? Beside him, the large black dog seemed to be astonished, and he said, These bird characters are records about this? Yifan suddenly thought that this big dog was very mysterious. Perhaps it knew many secrets that no one knew, so he said, Have you heard of it before? I have heard a little about it. The Black Emperor replied, then asked impatiently, What exactly is recorded in these strange words on the wall? Tu Fei also looked at them. He also wanted to know the history of this Taoist temple. The things recorded on it are unimaginable. It says that there is another world on the other side of the starry sky. What? Tu Fei screamed in fear. Are there really immortals? The big black dog's eyes twinkled, asking further. More details. Translate all the characters on the wall. Let us know more. The people in that place call themselves Qi practitioners. This is a Qi practitioner from the pre-Qin dynasty. He crossed the endless starry sky and came to this place, leaving these stone carvings. How could it be? Is it true? Tu Fei was shocked, gawking and tongue-tied. Are the pre-Qin Qi practitioners that strong? Could they be as strong as emperors? Yifan said. He didn't come here by himself. He followed the path left by the ancients and came to this world unknowingly. Ancients? What kind of people were they? Did they travel through many star areas? Tu Fei's heart was stirred as he had many thoughts. The big black dog's eyes shot out two sharp beams of light. Where did he go? If we can catch him, we will get priceless treasures. Someone has come to this world. Has no one sensed it? Yifan was disappointed. He thought he could get some clues from them. If he's not from this world, he will try to conceal himself. So many years have passed. If he's still alive, he should be as strong as the great sage. Tu Fei guessed that this temple had at least 2,000 years of history. Yifan nodded. A person from the pre-Qin dynasty was at least 2,000 years ago. If he was still alive, he could have become the sovereign sect master of a big sect. Kid, how do you know these bird characters? The big black dog's eyes sparkled, gazing at Yifan meaningfully. Tu Fei was also suspicious. He looked at Shi Yan with a puzzled face. I used to read an ancient book. There are some characters like this with some simple notes. I know some of them, Yifan answered calmly. Teach me. These characters are very mysterious. I want to learn them, the big black dog said. Yifan answered without hesitation. Okay, no problem. I'll teach you one character, and you teach me one Tao pattern. The large black dog instantly rolled his eyes, and a resentful expression appeared on his face. Tao patterns were his ultimate technique, and Yifan had been eyeing him for a long time now. However, he had never managed to obtain anything from him. Black Emperor, you haven't told me yet. Have you heard about the world on the other side of the galaxy? Yifan asked. I know too little. A great emperor only said 1 or 2 sentences. I don't know the details. Can you be more specific? Yifan wanted to punch him. How can I be specific? I only know that the great emperor often gazed at the stars at night. I don't know anything else. The big black dog shook his head. Damn dog, are you hiding something? Yifan asked. Woof. The big black dog bared his teeth, pretending to pounce. You really don't know? Yifan was suspicious. If I knew, would I ask you? I only know that it's the great emperor's secret. Outsiders don't know, the big black dog answered angrily. Night fell, and the scorching desert became colder and colder. Late at night, it was bone-piercing cold. An ordinary person would definitely be frozen. Yifan gazed at the stars. He was looking for a way back. The ancients could travel through the void. I can too. I'll definitely go back in the future. He felt that there must be many secrets in his hometown in the ancient times. Brat, do you really think you're a great emperor? The Black Emperor said mockingly as he lay beside the temple. Did the great emperor look at the stars every night? Yifan asked calmly. Not every night. Occasionally, he would be lost in thought, and he would sit there for an entire night. The Black Emperor answered with a yawn. How do you know so clearly? Yifan asked suddenly. Tu Fei woke up too. He leaned against the wall of the temple, opened his eyes and said, This damn dog has many secrets. He just doesn't want to tell us. He only knows how to snatch other people's things greedily, and he never shares anything with others. Woof. The dog's bark pierced through the night sky. All right, don't bite me. I heard all this from others. How can the great emperor's secrets be so easy to know? I won't tell others even if they cry and beg me. Which galaxy did that great emperor like to see? Yi Fan asked. Many. Purple Micro, Supreme Micro. The big black dog casually said a few names. Yi Fan returned to the temple and observed the characters again. He copied them with his hand and studied them carefully. Finally, he guessed another word, and that was Purple Micro. The Qi practitioners of the pre-Qin dynasty mentioned this word in the characters, and this moved Yi Fan. Then, he started to copy it on the wall. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the stone wall fell like dust. All the characters disappeared, and a large part of the mottled ancient wall fell off. Was it because it was too old, or was there another reason? Yi Fan's heart moved. He used his finger to draw a line. Stone chips flew everywhere, and the stone inscription completely disappeared. A thick layer fell off. Ding! With a light sound, a dim metal box appeared in the decayed wall. It was dull, old, and ordinary. Here comes the treasure! The big black dog shouted. He pounced forward, baring his teeth as he wanted to fight with Yi Fan. Tu Fei was behind him. He grabbed his bald tail and stopped him from moving forward. Woof! Just like how one couldn't touch a tiger's butt, the big black dog's bald tail was also a forbidden area. He turned around and started to bite. Yi Fan cut open the wall and took out the metal box. It was long and made of bronze. It was about 3 feet long and a palm wide. It was tightly sealed. The bronze metal box was heavy and cold. There was a weak divine power on it. Yi Fan understood immediately. The wall was originally sealed. However, because of the passage of time, the divine power leaked out, and many stone chips fell off. Woof! The big black dog bit Tu Fei a few times and finally stopped. He quickly moved closer to observe the long bronze box. Stay here. Don't steal it. Yi Fan warned him. Don't worry. I just want to see. Why would I steal something from my own people? The big black dog answered, raising his bald tail. Damn it! Damn dog! Tu Fei cursed. A row of teeth marks appeared on his calf. He walked over, swaying. 2 people and a dog were looking forward to it. After all, it was left by a Qi practitioner from the other side of the universe. Yi Fan was a little nervous. He took out the cauldron and put it above his head. Flows of black and yellow Qi poured down to protect his body. Then, he slowly opened the long metal box. The lid of the bronze box was opened. There was no treasure light or auspicious light. There was even no fluctuation of divine power. Inside the metal box was a wooden whip. It was simple, and carved with many mysterious patterns. The more people looked at it, the more attractive it became. It was more than 3 feet long and had more than 20 segments. Every segment had several complex patterns that were clearly engraved on it. It was natural and mysterious. A wooden whip from the other side of the universe. What kind of treasure is it? Yi Fan was surprised. Among the pre-Qin dynasty characters, who had a wooden whip? He thought it over and over again. The big black dog was an expert. Seeing this wooden whip that looked like an iron sword, he almost drooled because each section of the whip had mysterious patterns of Tao. Is it a supreme treasure of a faction? But I don't feel any fluctuation of divine power from it? Tu Fei asked. Buzz! The wooden whip shook slightly and flew out of the metal box, flying toward the big black dog. Damn dog, you really want it? Yi Fan said angrily. As soon as I saw this treasure, I knew it was destined to be mine. I don't want the source I got from the cow nose anymore. I'll give it all to you. I only want this wooden whip. The big black dog held the wooden whip tightly with his big paws. What a greedy dog. You want to take the treasure as soon as you see it. Tu Fei gritted his teeth. Ew! Suddenly, the large black dog let out a blood-curdling howl, and tossed the wooden whip onto the ground. Then, it stood on its hind legs and began to jump around. Its front paws were wrapped around its head, and its mouth was wide open as it howled in pain. Damn dog, what's wrong with you? Yi Fan asked. Damn it! My soul consciousness is attacked, the big black dog screamed in pain. You deserve it. Who told you to be so greedy? Yi Fan didn't feel sorry for him. Last time, he was convulsing on the ground because he wanted to take the fruit from the stone millstone. Today, he did it again. What kind of treasure is this? Tu Fei was suspicious. He didn't dare to touch the wooden whip. He circled it and observed, but he didn't find anything strange. Ah! All of a sudden he screamed, covering his forehead. Brother Tu, are you okay? Yi Fan was surprised. Don't use your soul consciousness to check it. This wooden whip attacks the soul consciousness, Tu Fei said. Yi Fan was moved. He picked up the wooden whip and held it in his hand, mumbling to himself, "Is this a wooden whip that can attack the soul consciousness?" The divine whip left by the pre-Qin dynasty Qi practitioners came from the other side of the universe. This kind of treasure could be left by a famous Qi practitioner. Chapter 309. This wooden whip was heavy. Although it was made of wood, it was heavier than metal. The patterns on it seemed natural and ancient, with a mysterious aura. Rather than calling it a wooden whip, it was more like an unsharpened iron sword. Not only was it heavy, but its shape was also similar. Yi Fan turned it over and over. The wooden whip was simple and natural. When he waved it, it was easy, but it didn't emit any divine light. He activated his divine power and poured it into the wooden whip, but it didn't have much effect. The wooden whip was still ancient and didn't emit any light. What's going on? Yi Fan was surprised. He waved the wooden whip in the air. It was heavy and powerful like a huge cauldron, twisting the air with its pressure. This is good. It looks ordinary, but when I swing it, it's very heavy. It can block the attacks of other weapons. Yi Fan was very satisfied. It was simple and plain. This kind of weapon wasn't bad. People couldn't see anything special about it, but it was still lethal. He tried to activate a wisp of divine sense, and it appeared in the temple. It wandered around, but it wasn't attacked by the wooden whip. When he controlled that wisp of divine sense and slowly probed the wooden whip, he instantly felt a needle-like pain. After understanding this result, Yi Fan understood that this was really a weapon that specialized in attacking divine sense. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and pondered carefully. He traced back to the characters of the Qin dynasty, from Yin Shang to Western Zhou, and only came back to himself after a long time. The large black dog gave one last cry of pain and finally stopped jumping. He slowly recovered and shouted, "What kind of treasure is this? It specializes in attacking divine sense, and even I suffered a loss from it." "Black Emperor, isn't your divine sense very powerful?" "Just attack me," Yi Fan said. F***CK, you're trying to anger me, aren't you? Throw that broken stick aside, and I'll take it. The large black dog's expression was unfriendly. Just now, he had suffered a great loss. At this moment, Tu Fei also recovered. He looked at the wooden whip with lingering fear. Just now, his wisp of divine sense had been shattered, which shocked him. This is the weapon from the other side of the galaxy? How did he refine it? It's frightening. Tu Fei received the wooden whip and studied it carefully. It's a pity that I can't find someone to test it on. I want to see the power of this wooden whip, Yi Fan said. Tu Fei said, "This thing can attack people's soul consciousness, no need to doubt it. Now, let's try its other attacking abilities." Two people and a dog walked out of the Taoist temple. Yi Fan stood with the wooden whip while Tu Fei held a silver spear with both hands, thrusting it towards Yi Fan. The tip of the spear sparkled brilliantly. Yi Fan wielded the wooden whip and lashed out. No divine splendor shot out, but a caw sound rang out. Under the moonlight, silver rays shot out in all directions, and the silver spear was broken. Tu Fei switched to another purple electric hammer. Purple clouds twirled and twirled, but the result was the same. Yi Fan brandished the wooden whip with ferocious force, smashing the violet lightning hammer apart and leaving behind dazzling fragments in the desert. After testing, they found that this strange wooden whip was tough and hard to destroy. However, it couldn't perform any special divine technique. The purple gold gourd could store people, and the 8 trigrams mirror could illuminate people. However, the wooden whip was just tough. When he held it in his hand, he didn't feel any strange power moving. Although it can break ordinary weapons, it doesn't have the Tao and principle intertwining. It doesn't have any other strange power, said Tu Fei. It can attack people's soul consciousness. Isn't it enough? The big black dog chimed in with an envious face. Yeah, It's the most dangerous strange power divine technique, nodded Tu Fei. Wait a minute. The big black dog seemed to remember something. This toy can attack people's soul consciousness. Just now, you used a weapon like the silver spear to attack. What if you use your soul consciousness to attack with a treasure? Tu Fei's heart jumped. Does it mean? Yi Fan's heart was also moved and he revealed a look of anticipation. Perhaps this wooden whip would give him a pleasant surprise. Let me try. Tu Fei gritted his teeth. He took out a silver brick, pressing it toward Yi Fan. It was as dazzling as a silver rainbow. Yi Fan strode forward with a wooden whip in his hand, striking at the sky. Pa! Under the moonlight, the silver brick was broken. Tu Fei screamed in fright. A wisp of soul consciousness in the silver brick was attacked. If Yi Fan hadn't stopped his attack in time, he would have been hurt again. It's really abnormal. This weapon has great lethality. The big black dog's eyes sparkled with green light. He almost jumped over to snatch it. Black Emperor, take out your weapon and try to attack me, Yi Fan said. He knew the big black dog had a golden bell, which was a divine item at the mighty level. The Black Emperor didn't refuse. He was confident in his weapon. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and a bell flew out. It shook slightly and enlarged quickly, turning into a golden divine bell. Dong! The sound of the bell echoed for dozens of miles. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire desert. This place was as bright as day. Yi Fan strode forward, holding a wooden whip that had more than 20 segments. He swung it down. It looked simple, but it was heavy and powerful. The space around it became blurry. Dong! The wooden whip hit the divine bell. The sound was deafening. The golden bell rumbled, and the sand in the desert rose up into the sky. It surged in all directions like a tide, rumbling. The golden bell was a divine item created by a mighty level cultivator. It trembled slowly, numbing Yi Fan's arm. However, the wooden whip wasn't damaged. It was very sturdy. The Black Emperor had a wisp of soul consciousness in the divine bell. As long as the bell didn't break, he couldn't hurt it. Even so, he was still surprised. This wooden whip is very mysterious. I'm tempted. It can be called a rare treasure. According to the large black dog, this wooden whip could use divine techniques to attack one's divine sense. Moreover, it was extremely sturdy. The higher one's battle prowess was, the more powerful it would be. Think about it. If your battle prowess was astonishing, and this whip was indestructible, shattering anything it hit, it could even injure one's divine sense. How terrifying would that be? Yi Fan also understood that this was a rare treasure. It could be called a rare treasure. He couldn't help but ask, how much weaker is it compared to an ultimate weapon? He asked this because he felt that this weapon was very similar to a divine item in the ancient legends of his homeland. I don't think we should compare it. The large black dog shook his head. Why not? Do you know what an ultimate weapon is? If someone could use its full power, it would be like a great emperor being reborn. The large black dog had a yearning expression. But this weapon is. Yi Fan opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything in the end. Tu Fei also shook his head and said, this wooden whip can be called a rare treasure, but compared to the weapon of an ancient great emperor, it is indeed far inferior. Yi Fan thought for a moment. The legends about ultimate weapons were too shocking. They had the power to split heaven and earth. This wooden whip indeed couldn't compare to them. Qi practitioners of the early Qin dynasty, who traveled through the void to come here, and how many of them have survived until now? Yi Fan pondered. He thought of many things. In the early Qin dynasty, the legends of the immortals should all be Qi practitioners. What kind of people were the ancient great emperors? Yi Fan asked the large black dog solemnly. The Black Emperor pondered for a moment, then replied seriously, they were the loneliest people since ancient times. Could they travel through the void? Yi Fan asked. The Black Emperor was slightly dazed. Yi Fan said, you should know that the Qi practitioners of the early Qin dynasty came from the other side of the galaxy. Even if they followed the path of the ancient great emperors, it still proves that there were people who could travel through the galaxy. I know. He must have been to the Ziwei galaxy. The large black dog mumbled to himself. Tu Fei was startled. Someone had been to the Ziwei galaxy. This was world-shocking news. Who are you talking about? Tu Fei asked. Yi Fan was also surprised. Someone in this world had been to the Ziwei galaxy? He also stared at the large black dog, waiting for him to answer. Ahem. The large black dog coughed to cover his expression. He mumbled, "Of course it was a great emperor. I guessed it from an ancient book." What ancient book? Why haven't I seen it before? Tu Fei was suspicious. When I was reading the ancient book, your grandpa was still drinking milk. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The large black dog looked impatient. This D*MN dog. His words are so F*King disgusting. Tu Fei wanted to punch him. Black Emperor. Tell me in detail. Which great emperor had been to the Ziwei galaxy? Yi Fan asked. How would I know? I'm just guessing. The large black dog slid back into the temple. Then, a cloud of dust rose into the sky. What are you doing? Yi Fan shouted. The large black dog tore down the entire temple. He even dug up the foundation. He answered without turning his head. I'm looking for a rare treasure. Maybe I can find another one. You'd *MN dog, to change the topic. You tore down a very meaningful ancient building. Yi Fan wanted to beat him up. The temple was torn down. Rocks rolled everywhere. Unfortunately, there was nothing else. The large black dog didn't find anything. In the morning, the morning glow came from the east. The red sun jumped over the horizon. Yi Fan and the others started their journey, trying to get out of the divine desert. The large black dog didn't want to give up. He was still thinking about the wooden whip. He said to Yi Fan, "Have you thought of a name for this rare treasure?" Tu Fei smiled. "Do I need to think about it? This whip hurt you first. It's better to call it the dog whip." Woof. As long as the two of them walked together, they would fight from time to time. They were born to be enemies. Yi Fan smiled and said, "It comes from the other side of the galaxy. It's a weapon of the Qi practitioners of the pre-Qin dynasty. I'll call it the God-whipping whip. A wooden whip that can hit the soul. Good name. Not bad. It should be called the God-whipping whip." Tu Fei nodded in agreement. God-whipping whip. This name is really special, the large black dog mumbled. I think the Qi practitioners of the pre-Qin dynasty also gave it the same name. God-whipping whip. Yi Fan murmured to himself. He looked up at the sky. Unfortunately, the sun had already risen. They couldn't see the galaxy anymore. The golden desert was boundless. They couldn't see the end. It was boundless. They walked for another 3 days, but they still didn't see any hope. What kind of place is this divine desert? Why is it so strange? Is there no way to get out? Yi Fan couldn't stay calm. There are too many legends about it. This place is too evil. Tu Fei sighed. Black Emperor, do you know what's going on with this desert? Yi Fan asked. Of course I know. After walking for a few days, the Black Emperor was also a little dispirited. He said, "This is the boundless desert that the Sun Divine Furnace burned." What? It's related to Hangyu Great Emperor of the Jiang family? What happened? Yi Fan and Tu Fei were surprised. Hangyu Great Emperor fought with someone. He used the divine sun cauldron to create this divine desert, said Black Emperor. How could it be? The ancient great emperors are invincible in this world. Why would they fight to the death? Tu Fei didn't believe it. What if the opponent is also a great emperor? Asked Black Emperor. Impossible. How could there be 2 great emperors in one era? The ancient books have never recorded such a thing. Chapter 310. 2 great emperors were born in the same era. Who fought against Hangyu Great Emperor? Tu Fei didn't believe it. From the ancient times until now, there had never been 2 great emperors in the same era. The ancient books didn't record it. There are always some things that are forgotten by history. They won't be seen in the world. Even if they were earth-shaking, they won't leave any trace. What are you talking about? Did 2 great emperors really meet in the same era? Who was stronger and who was weaker? What was the result? Tu Fei wanted to know. Of course, Hangyu Great Emperor survived. That battle had a great influence. Otherwise, it's hard to say what would have happened. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The desert looked like it was made of melted gold. It was scorching and unbearable. There was no wind or cloud. The golden sand was a little dazzling. What happened in the past? Tell us quickly. Yi Fan also urged. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of li this boundless desert was, but it was actually created by Hangyu Great Emperor with a single strike from the sun god furnace. It was hard to imagine what kind of world-destroying might that was. What was the name of the other great emperor? Tu Fei also asked. No one knows. It wasn't a human, but its power was definitely comparable to a great emperor. The black dog said. What? Not a human? What was that? Was it an ancient great emperor of the demon clan? I don't know what it was, but it was definitely one of the strongest existences in this world, the black dog said gravely. Yi Fan and Tu Fei wanted to kick the dog. The big black dog wasn't hurried or slow, which made them anxious. However, it was still calm. Tell us in one breath. Be nice. If I don't show my power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Even a great expert doesn't dare to disrespect me. Keep bragging. When you saw the red dragon Taoist, who ran dozens of miles? When you heard a saint master was coming, who ran away? That was then and this is now, the black dog answered embarrassedly. An existence comparable to a great emperor? Where did it come from? Don't tell me it came from another galaxy? Yi Fan frowned. I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but the Qi warriors of the pre-Qin dynasty you speak of really can't compare to the great emperor. The one who fought the great emperor to the death was born in the northern domain. Yi Fan and Tu Fei exchanged looks. They thought of the same place, their hearts pounding. Are you saying? You guys aren't stupid after all. You finally figured it out. That's right. That supreme expert comparable to a monarch came from the absolute beginning forbidden area. The large black dog's words could be said to be earth-shattering, causing waves to surge in everyone's hearts. This was extremely astonishing. Are you sure? Tu Fei gawked. This place is tens of thousands of miles away from the absolute beginning forbidden land. Why are they fighting here? Yi Fan was also skeptical. The large black dog said, in the past, the Eternal Universe Emperor was extremely stunning. In order to forge an extreme weapon, he entered the forbidden land of absolute beginning and unleashed a massacre there. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He had seen that place with his own eyes. There were piles of corpses. Even though hundreds of thousands of years had passed, there were still hundreds of sparkling skeletons. They were definitely terrifying creatures. When the Eternal Universe Emperor forged the extreme weapon, heaven and earth shook. Everyone in the northern domain could feel it. It startled all living creatures. On that day, when the Eternal Universe Emperor left the absolute beginning forbidden area, an existence comparable to him chased after him. Don't tell us that that existence chased after him from the ancient mine, the large black dog said in a deep voice. You guessed correctly. According to the research of a sage in the later generations, that existence did come from the ancient mine. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. The absolute beginning forbidden area and the ancient mine were two different concepts. He had seen the absolute beginning ancient mine from afar. It was extremely terrifying. He even suspected that there were gods inside. There were also rumors in the world that there were holy spirits inside. That night, the netherworld Li Dushing saw many unusual things. Thinking about it now, he still felt it was unimaginable. In the silver waterfall of stars that fell from the sky, there were corpses wearing ancient clothes bathing in the holy starlight. They floated up and down, and there were also many specks of light. And this was only the tip of the iceberg. It was the outermost layer of the ancient mine. As for what exactly was inside the mine, no one could say for sure. A being that could compete with a great emperor came from the absolute beginning ancient mine. Tu Fei mumbled to himself, slightly absent-minded. You're wrong. It's not a human, the large black dog corrected. Then do you know what it is? Isn't there a legend in the world that there are immortals in the ancient mine? Could it be them? Yi Fan asked. The large black dog shook his head and said, some say it's an ancient creature, some say it's an immortal, some say it's a holy spirit, and some say it's an ancient person. There are too many rumors, and it's hard to explain. How long did the Eternal Universe Emperor battle it for? Yi Fan asked. He was more concerned about this question. It was a very long time. It said that on that day, in the entire North region, only 3 sages sensed the Supreme Emperor's might. According to them, the sky of the North region was shaken, but the others didn't feel anything. Is this the Supreme Emperor's celestial might? They fought to such an extent, and they could still deceive everyone. Tu Fei was shocked. The large black dog said, according to the notes left by a sage, the Eternal Universe Emperor had indeed met his match. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accidentally created such a boundless desert. The Eternal Universe Emperor killed the person who chased after him from the absolute beginning ancient mine? Yi Fan asked. He killed him. After a great battle of life and death, he was killed by the Eternal Universe Emperor here, and he was refined into ashes. The large black dog looked at the boundless desert. A being that could rival a great emperor was refined to the point that both his body and soul were destroyed. This was world-shaking news, and Tu Fei was stunned. Now the great emperor was far away out of reach. In the past, there was a war between great emperors, but now, they couldn't even see a trace of the great emperor. It made people sigh. The being that came from the absolute beginning ancient mine could rival a great emperor. His demonic blood dyed the desert red. His weapon was broken here, scattering everywhere, creating the incomplete patterns of Tao. That's how the divine desert, this evil place, was formed. Oh, so that's how it was formed. Tu Fei was moved. The large black dog knew too much, and the Holy Lands didn't know these things. How do you know the secrets of the great emperors? Yi Fan asked. I'm knowledgeable. From the ancient times to the eternal future, there's nothing I don't know. The large black dog tilted his head, looking somewhere else. It's so dreamy. Tu Fei sighed, finding it unbelievable. He came from the absolute beginning ancient mine. You should know that this forbidden land has existed since time immemorial. From the ancient times until now, how many peerless geniuses have appeared in this world, but no one could do anything to them. However, an unparalleled elite came out, and Hangyu Heavenly Emperor killed him. The might of the great emperor is unpredictable. This was indeed a shocking thing. If it wasn't recorded in the historical records, it was hard to believe it. Did nothing happen in the absolute beginning ancient mine? If an unparalleled existence was killed, there should be some reaction, right? Yi Fan asked. This isn't something the later generations could know. Even the sages of that era couldn't guess it. The large black dog shook his head. There must be some inference. Did anything special happen after that? Yi Fan felt that there should be some clues. After that, Hangyu Heavenly Emperor never took a step in the area of 500,000 miles around the absolute beginning forbidden land. So, Tu Fei was shocked. Even the great emperor had scruples. The large black dog thought for a moment, then said, there's another legend. After that battle, Hangyu Heavenly Emperor established his orthodoxy, went directly to the middle state, and never came back. What is in the absolute beginning ancient mine? Something that even the great emperor is so afraid of. Yi Fan was frightened. The third legend is that after the battle, Hangyu Heavenly Emperor came to the absolute beginning forbidden land alone, and sent a message to the absolute beginning ancient mine to make a deal with someone. Then, in less than 10 years, he created the Jianghu family of the remote antiquity and then disappeared completely. What's the truth? Tu Fei and Yi Fan were suspicious. They couldn't understand it. It was too long ago. Even legends couldn't be found, not to mention research and restore the truth. The large black dog sighed. In the past, the great emperors all did great things that shook the world. Their unparalleled talents weren't something people could guess. The later generations wrote books, but they only recorded some superficial things. No one really understood them. Ha! Did we get out? There are giant rocks in the distance. Tu Fei shouted. On the horizon of the desert, there were 2 giant rocks. Their silhouettes were faintly discernible. Finally, we can see something else. I was afraid that I would be trapped here for more than 100 years. The large black dog was still scared of what he had experienced in the past. 2 people and a dog dashed forward. They didn't want to stay in this scorching desert for even a second longer. They wanted to leave a long trail on the ground. It's a black metal block. They were all taken aback when they came close. The 2 metal blocks were around 5 or 6 meters long. They were jet black with a dim halo. The cold air blew over. Even under the scorching sunlight of the noon sun, people still felt cold. The black metal block was full of bumps and hollows. It looked like someone had hit it with a palm. How could there be such a metal block? Tu Fei was surprised. At the same time, Yifan found that this desert was different from the other places. It was as red as blood with a cold air. The large black dog said, "This red desert should be dyed red by the blood of the existence that could be compared to the great emperor. Even after more than 100,000 years, the color hasn't changed. If so, the metal block is." Tu Fei was surprised. Right. It's possible that after that person's weapon was broken by Great Emperor Hang Yu, these two pieces fell here. The large black dog's eyes were filled with heat. He dashed forward quickly. Dang! He hit it hard, but the black metal block didn't move a bit. It vibrated like the sound of a huge bell. "It's definitely a broken piece of that person's weapon," the large black dog shouted. Tu Fei also walked forward and hit it hard. His hands were numb, but he couldn't leave a mark on it. "It can't be compared to the holy treasure of the great emperor, but it's definitely a top-grade material for forging tools," the large black dog said. They didn't know what the black metal block was. Even if the Black Emperor was knowledgeable, he couldn't recognize it. However, one thing was for sure. This material was very precious, and its hardness was astounding. I guess even the great sage lords wouldn't ignore it if they saw it. Tu Fei and the large black dog walked forward. One man and one dog moved at the same time, each taking a piece. Boom! The sky shook and the earth shook. The moment the black metal block was taken, the void shook, and the scenery changed greatly. Chapter 3:11. The golden desert shattered like glass. The sea of sand in front of them disappeared, and the faint silhouette of a mountain appeared on the horizon. "This is..." They were all shocked. "I understand now," the large black dog said. "As expected, it's the Tao patterns on the shattered weapon fragments that are affecting the desert. We've put them away, and this corner of the desert has returned to normal. Presumably, the entire desert is like this as well." This was a pleasant surprise. The Black Emperor and Tu Fei had obtained rare materials and broken out of their predicament. They walked out of the desert. After walking for a dozen miles, they completely left the vast desert and came to the edge of the oasis. It was late autumn, and most of the trees had lost their leaves. Only pine trees, green maple trees, and a few other trees were still green. "What a big fat dog. We're in luck. Tonight, we'll braise black dog meat." In front of them, there were a few figures standing at the edge of the oasis. They were smiling strangely. They wore iron clothes that shone brightly. "You two little bastards, leave behind all the source energies on you and scram." The black dog almost jumped up, but he didn't act up. He ground his teeth. "Who are you?" Tu Fei's face darkened. As the descendants of a great bandit, this was the first time he was robbed. "You came to the wrong place. Leave your source energies behind and get lost. You don't have the right to ask questions here." These people were very arrogant. They didn't care about the two humans and the dog at all. "Of course, this dog has to stay. We'll have a good meal today." They laughed unscrupulously. Woof! The black dog couldn't hold it in anymore. He pounced and opened his bloody mouth to bite. This black dog is quite fierce, but it tastes better this way. They say that fierce dogs have delicious meat. One of them was dressed in a suit of silver armor, and he walked up to the large black dog before slamming his hand down onto its head. Clang! This slap was very solid. The black dog didn't even dodge. He had bones of steel, and his physique wasn't any weaker than Yi Fan's. It brandished its large claws, and with a pu sound, this person was slapped over on the spot. A terrifying bloody wound appeared on his body. This dog. The expressions of the people behind him changed. The large dog was clearly more powerful than the average dog spirit. A single swipe of its paw was enough to make a first firmament Tao palace cultivator vomit blood. The large black dog had been enraged just then. Now, he had transformed into a streak of black light and was rushing back and forth at the foot of the barren mountain. A pair of large claws waved, and those iron clothes were like paper, unable to block at all. With a gotcha sound, these people were all pressed to the ground. "You dare to eat me? There's no such person in this world." Two wisps of white smoke rushed out of the large black dog's nostrils. These wisps of white smoke were formed from his fury. The people on the ground had been arrogant at first, but now they all became more obedient. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate, and under the large black dog's sharp teeth, all of them began to wail in agony. "Who are you? How dare you disrespect me?" Yi Fan and Tu Fei didn't need to ask anything as the big black dog was already roaring. He needed to vent his anger. It stepped on their bodies, and every time its huge claws pressed down, they would howl. Under the big black dog's roar, these people confessed everything. They were bandits in this area, and their forces weren't small. Yi Fan instantly laughed and said to Tu Fei, "They are in the same line as you. Don't compare these immoral people to me. The real bandits only rob holy lands. They won't bully the weak." Tu Fei walked forward and kicked them hard. Speaking of which, these people weren't weak. All of them were at the first firmament of the Dao Palace. They were definitely not weak bandits. "Only a few of you?" Tu Fei asked. "We have a village with dozens of people. It's on the mountain in front of us." Under the large black dog's claws, these people confessed everything. They had come to the back of the mountain to bury source and had coincidentally met Tu Fei's group. Yi Fan instantly laughed. Tu Fei had helped him borrow 25,000 kilograms of source, and then he had robbed 57,000 kilograms from Duan Da. In total, he had more than 80,000 kilograms. He still needed 10,000 kilograms to fill 3 cubes. Although he had a divine source, he couldn't estimate how much pure source it was compared to. "Dig out all of your source. You!" These strong bandits were angry, but they didn't dare to disobey. At the edge of the desert, they dug out a dozen boxes of source. When they opened these wooden boxes, they were all colorful and sparkling. There were at least 500 kilograms of source. "You guys are really good, comparable to a small sect. How many people have you robbed?" Yi Fan sneered. Without hesitation, he swept away the 500 kilograms of source with his big sleeves. "Leave half for us. Otherwise, we will be punished." The few of them cried, full of regret. "You still have to hand it in?" Yi Fan was surprised. This time, he personally interrogated them, using his strong divine consciousness to suppress them and get everything he wanted to know. This province was called Anzhou, but it wasn't peaceful at all. It was a huge area more than 8,000 miles wide. There were many bandits and there were 5 famous groups. The few people in front of him were under one of these bandits. Within a certain period of time, they had to hand in a certain amount of source. After Yi Fan used his soul consciousness to look through their memories, he pointed several times and ended their lives. "These people should be killed. Their hands are stained with blood. They are a bunch of scum. They even kill mortals." To the bandits of Anzhou, this late autumn was a little cold. Within 8,000 miles, many bandits were robbed, and many leaders were killed. In this season when the last yellow leaves fell, and province's roving bandits underwent a great purge, even 3 of the 5 most famous groups wiped out. For half a month, Yi Fan carried the god's striking whip and swept through Anzhou, robbing all the bandits. To avoid being exposed, Black Emperor didn't show up. Tu Fei occasionally helped him. Late at night, bonfires flickered. This mountain range was filled with the stench of blood. This stronghold was huge. It was the 4th stronghold of the 5 big bandit strongholds in Anzhou. In the stronghold, there were a total of 6 powerhouses at the 4th firmament of the Dao Palace holding down the fort. They were the toughest group of roving bandits. Yi Fan experienced a great battle and finally managed to kill them all. The yellow leaves on the ground rustled in the autumn wind, and the bonfire crackled. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and blood stained the ground red. Yi Fan didn't think that he would have such a big harvest this time. After he had purged all the big and small bandits within 8,000 miles, he had collected more than 20,000 pounds of source. Late at night, the bonfires flickered. The goat legs on the wooden rack were grilled until they were golden and glossy. Next to them were several bottles of wine that exuded a tempting fragrance. After dealing with the last group of bandits, Yi Fan and Tu Fei sat on the mountain, facing the moon and drinking. The Black Emperor was wolfing down the food. Of the 4 goats, 3.5 were in his stomach. "This time, I killed someone from the same profession as you." Yi Fan smiled. "Don't compare them to me. I've never robbed ordinary people. I've never done anything evil," refuted Tu Fei. Those bandits had robbed many oases. They had accumulated a lot, which was beyond Yi Fan's estimation. Now, he had collected 100,000 pounds of source. Even if he didn't count the divine origin, it was enough. After purging the bandits in this oasis, even Tu Fei was surprised that he had collected so much source. Yi Fan took a bite of the tender yellow goat leg, drank a mouthful of wine, and said, "According to this calculation, if I loot the bandits of the various oases one by one, even if it's 5 million kilograms of origin source, I can still gather it." Tu Fei shook his head. "You're too optimistic. This oasis is special. I can feel that someone supports it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have so many bandits and source. There's only one group of bandits left. However, I don't want to touch them now. I need to cultivate in seclusion. I've collected 100,000 pounds of source. I can't linger." Yi Fan drank the last mouthful of wine and threw the cup into the bonfire. "I'm going to disappear for half a month." Tu Fei nodded. "You should cultivate in seclusion. I'll protect you. Anyway, you have to leave this place and find another place. I'm sure someone will support those bandits in case something unexpected happens. Kid, I still have a part of the 100,000 pounds of source." The big black dog lifted his giant head. "You greedy dog. When you stole the god-beating whip, you gave it up. If you want it, this prefecture has one last famous place for bandits. When I get out of seclusion, I'll take you there to get the source." That day, Yi Fan started to cultivate in seclusion. He chose a place deep inside a mountain range. He put the 100,000 pounds of source into the cauldron. Then, he walked into the cauldron. He thought that the saint body needed a massive amount of essence chi to break through at once. If it was too scattered, it wouldn't work. Thus, he put it in the cauldron. Besides, the Black Emperor carved a Tao pattern for him. The jade stones around sparkled, changing the sky and earth and gathering the essence chi from everywhere. In the depths of the mountain range, withered leaves were everywhere. The autumn wind was like a knife, cutting down the grass, cutting off the lush green and withering vitality. For half a month, mysterious Tao sounds reverberated in this mountain range, as if someone was chanting the supreme scripture of the Great Path. The essence chi from everywhere gathered like water, making the essence chi in this place like water. Many withered flowers and grasses broke out of the soil again. Endless vitality was restored. It was a miracle. The essence chi was so dense that it made the plants bloom again. They sprouted and bloomed again. The ancient cauldron was misty. Endless origin chi flowed and overflowed. 100,000 pounds of source was refined at the same time. What did it mean? One could clearly see the multicolored light inside the cauldron. Auspicious clouds were dazzling, and Yi Fan was completely submerged. The West Emperor scripture was indeed worthy of being called a supreme scripture. It effectively guided the rich Genesis chi into his body like a tide. Inside the Tao Palace, the 5 great divine treasures shook at the same time. The passing self and the Tao self seemed to really exist. They moved heaven and earth and comprehended the nature of the Great Path. Chanting for the me of this life existing with heaven and earth, making a wish for the me of the present, connected with the Life Master, immortal in the present. Regardless of whether it was the me of the past or the me of the present, at this moment, they were all moving the world of the Great Path, transforming themselves. The sonorous voice of the Great Path resounded through the mountain range. It was as if someone was chanting the supreme scripture and explaining the wonderful principles of the Great Path. However, it was difficult to truly distinguish the sound and understand the meaning. It was like the ancient emperors were chanting, or like the ancestors of ancient times worshipping the supreme saint king. Around the cauldron, withered trees sprouted, old vines turned green, and tender grasses broke out of the soil. Vigorous vitality reappeared. The smell of the soil was mixed with the fragrance of flowers and grasses. The plants welcomed spring and grew again in the bleak autumn. The flowers were dyed with color again. This was a new world. Life was growing. Tender green was tinged with yellow. Flower buds swayed. Everything was full of hope. In the distance, Tu Fei was shocked. He said, "The chanting of scriptures in the Tao Palace is like the supreme Great Path. It can actually spread out and blend with the essence chi, giving the plants new life. This is really shocking." The large black dog was also watching and said, "Even in the ancient times, there weren't many people like this. To be able to do this at this cultivation level, the sacred body of the ancients is really not simple." On the 18th day, Yi Fan took out the grain of divine source. Because he was about to finish refining the 50,000 kilograms of divine source, he still hadn't advanced to the 4th heaven of the Tao Palace. He didn't want any accidents to happen and ruin all his efforts. Divine source was formed from the essence chi at the beginning of heaven and earth. It was the most original essence. Although it was only 1 grain, the moment it was refined, a divine light shot into the sky. It was golden and dazzling, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Swoosh! Immediately afterward, the golden divine light flashed and disappeared, returning to the cauldron. The most original essence of the world rushed into the palace of the holy Ji, making Yi Fan's entire body shine. He was like a god that had existed for eternity. In the Dao Palace, the sonorous sound of the Great Path became even louder, covering the entire mountain range. Many plants were in spring, and endless vitality appeared. It was as if there really were ancient emperors discussing the Great Path and chanting the supreme ancient scriptures. It was also as if a saint king had descended. Countless ancient ancestors were praying with great sincerity. Chapter 3:12. Around the cauldron, plants flourished and sprouted leaves. It was full of vitality. This was a pure land full of life and hope. The chanting echoed through the depths of the mountains. Chanting and praying rose and fell. It was as if they had really returned to the primordial era and the great emperors were discussing Tao. On the 21st day, the cauldron was misty. Although the chanting of the Great Path was still ringing, it was very different. There seemed to be an indescribable feeling in the mountains. Tu Fei and the big black dog looked up. All they could see was lush greenery. It was as if summer had arrived. The vines and plants were flourishing to the extreme. Above the cauldron of all things, Yi Fan sat cross-legged. He had already appeared. This seclusion was about to end. Whoosh! He opened his eyes. Divine light rushed out like a real dragon, more dazzling than lightning. But in the next moment, he calmed down and landed on the ground. He blended into the surrounding scenery as if he had become one with the plants. The chanting stopped, and the cauldron grew to a meter tall, hovering above his head. Yi Fan carried the god-striking whip on his back and stood there quietly, looking peaceful and natural. There was no frightening aura or elegant temperament. There was only reality. He was like a very radiant young man standing there, no more than 15 or 16 years old. He couldn't sense how powerful he was. He didn't seem like a cultivator, but more like an ordinary mortal with a body of flesh and blood. There was an aura of simplicity to him. I've finally come out of seclusion and entered the 4th heaven of the Doctrine Palace. I'm not far from the consummate level, Tu Fei said with a smile. The big black dog came over and circled around him. He was actually drooling and said, I heard that once the sacred body of the ancients is accomplished, the blood will be different. It's a divine substance for refining medicine. Kid, why don't you give me some of your blood? Tu Fei glanced at him and said, All right, stop talking. Prepare the chamber pot tonight and put it in Yi Fan's room. Go get the holy liquid tomorrow. It'll be more effective there. Woof. The battle between the man and the dog began. The man and the dog were fighting each other half of the time. Stop fighting, Yi Fan advised. This time, he had finally entered the 4th heaven of the Dao Palace. Just as he had expected, he had successfully cultivated the divine treasure of the spleen. The 5 elements were of the earth attribute, and he was in the 5 elements inverse Dao cultivation palace. The divine treasure of the spleen was in charge of the circulation and transformation of blood essence. It was the source of qi and blood, nourishing the internal organs and bones, and was the foundation of the postnatal realm. This divine treasury was extremely important. Many things needed after birth could be reborn through it. Yi Fan felt his qi and blood become more vigorous. The strength of his corporeal body had reached a terrifying level. Right now, he was not afraid of swords and weapons. He could withstand any Dharma treasures and weapons with his body and shatter them with a single punch. Unless it was a weapon with a powerful background, it was useless against him. Tu Fei tried to use some treasures. However, the pair of gold fists smashed all of them into powder. Nothing was left. I think that if I fight you with my body, it will be a tragedy. I can only attack from a distance. Tu Fei concluded. This time, Yi Fan refined 50,000 kilograms of origin source and a divine source, which exceeded his expectations. However, the effects were obvious. He did not need to test it to know how terrifying his power was. This feeling is really good. Yi Fan's team didn't leave Anzhou. 2 days later, they arrived at a cliff. This was the last group of the 5 big roving bandits. Rocky cliffs were everywhere. Stone forests were everywhere. This place was tranquil. There was a majestic main peak in this rocky area. It was the residence of the 5th bandit group. Shadows were flashing on the peak. The scale of the stronghold wasn't small. Stars twinkled in the sky. The night wind blew through the rocky cliffs, making humming sounds. Yi Fan and Tu Fei climbed the main peak in the dark. Outside the stone stronghold, 2 big flags were fluttering. Some cultivators were hugging wine jars and drinking. They didn't notice that someone was approaching them. Yi Fan's team didn't take action. They quietly entered the stronghold and wanted to kill the bandit leader. Flames were sparkling on the mountain. The stronghold was bustling with people. Many people were drinking and drinking. The aroma of the wine spread far. Many people were surrounding the bonfires. At the same time, they heard drumming music. These people looked natural and unrestrained as they were drinking and having fun. In the air, a few young girls were dancing. They looked very ethereal under the moonlight, like fairies from the moon palace dancing gracefully in the air. Heavenly music echoed. It was really peaceful. This stronghold isn't simple. Letting the female cultivators sing and dance is really extravagant. Yi Fan carried the god-beating whip on his back, walking in big strides. Tu Fei stood next to him. Blackie was waiting outside, but he didn't show himself. You have big guts. However, at this moment, someone shouted coldly by the bonfire in front of them. You don't know how to live or die. You show yourself again. It's worth waiting for you for more than 20 days. A group of people walked out from the inner stronghold in a single file. There were even more people who stood up from the bonfire and quickly surrounded the area. Yi Fan's rail face was shrouded in mist. He didn't use the sky and earth changing great technique. He stood side by side with Tu Fei. You two have robbed all the bandits in Anzhou? This middle-aged man was around 35 or 36 years old. He looked at them with a dark face. Tu Fei was startled. This was a cultivator of the 4 extreme secret territories, not weaker than him. He immediately said, "They've killed many people. They deserve it. Did you help them? You've ruined our master's plan. Even if we skin you alive, you won't be able to atone for it," said the middle-aged man with a dark face. As Tu Fei was a descendant of Deco, he would never lower his voice. He shouted, "Who are you? You talk big. Nobody dares to touch my people in the northern region." The middle-aged man grinned fiendishly. "You've scattered the bandits in Anzhou. You want to show off? You think we don't dare to skin you alive? Chenda, don't be rude. This is the grandson of Tu Tian's 7th master. Hurry up and apologize." At this moment, a feminine voice came. From the stronghold, 2 cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace's secret territories carried a soft chair. More than a dozen hotshots followed them, protecting them. They approached the stronghold quickly. On the soft chair was a feminine young man. He reclined on it, holding a glass of wine and swirling it. 4 young girls served him on both sides. One of them used a white silk handkerchief to wipe the wine stain on the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, lacking masculinity. He waved his hand, asking the 4 girls to step back. He then threw the glass aside. "Brother Tu, how have you been?" The feminine young man greeted him casually. "It's you, Su Yuan." Tu Fei was startled, his face grimaced. "Who is he?" Yi Fan asked discreetly. "He's a scum we shouldn't mess with. He's the grandson of the 3rd bandit, Su Tianxiong. He's favored, but he's bad from head to toe. He's not a good person. He's never done anything good." This was Tu Fei's evaluation. "Is he strong?" asked Yi Fan. Tu Fei said, "He's not strong. I think he's still at the 5th sky of the Holy Ji Palace. However, his grandfather is really strong. He's the 3rd bandit, Su Tianxiong. He's ranked above the Green Flood Dragon King. Who dares to provoke him? Besides, his older brother, Su Hang, is the #1 hotshot among the descendants of the 13 great bandits. He can suppress Wu Zhongtian. This kid isn't afraid of anything. He's done too many bad things. He even touched the women of the other bandits' descendants." Yi Fan frowned. This man was a typical villain. It wasn't easy to deal with him. He had forces and connections. Tu Fei said, "If we can avoid it, we shouldn't have a conflict with him. This scum holds grudges. He can do anything." "Brother Tu, do you have a prejudice against me?" Why don't you greet me when we meet today? Su Yuan reclined on the soft chair, asking coldly. Although Tu Fei didn't have a good impression of him, he had to answer, "Why would I? I'm just a little surprised. I didn't expect to see you here." Harumph. Su Yuan snorted, sitting up from the soft chair. He glared at Tu Fei and said, "You're in a good mood. You came to Anzhou and killed all my subordinates." Tu Fei said, "It's a misunderstanding. I saw them burn, kill, and loot. They've done many bad things. No matter what, I would have never thought that they were your subordinates." "Are you blaming me?" Su Yuan's eyes were malicious, raking through Tu Fei and Yi Fan. He waved his hand and a young girl poured him a glass of good wine. She gently brought it to him. "The 13 great bandits have their principles. As their descendants, we shouldn't act like that," said Tu Fei. "Pah!" Su Yuan threw the jade glass in his hand on the ground, his face dark and gloomy. "You meddle too much. Don't think that I don't dare to kill you since we're both descendants of the great bandits." "You!" Tu Fei was enraged. He was about to turn hostile. His competence was much higher than Su Yuan's. For silhouettes flew over, standing in front of Su Yuan to stop Tu Fei. Their murderous auras diffused everywhere. "You guys step back," Su Yuan sighed. Su Yuan sighed and said, "Forget it, I'm a little hot-tempered. We're both descendants of great bandits. Even if you've killed so many of my subordinates, even if you've destroyed the foundation of my Anzhou province, I'll still endure it. Who asked us to be friends?" Tu Fei was bewildered. This bastard was notorious. He held grudges and was ruthless. How could he be generous like that? However, Tu Fei soon knew the other's plan. Su Yuan's slender jade-like fingers gently tapped the soft chair. His voice was soft and sinister. "We're friends. I won't mind it. However, I won't spare this man." He gazed at Yi Fan. "Su Yuan, you're retreating to advance. I think you know who he is, right?" Tu Fei darkened his face. The other wanted to rob the holy treasure. Su Yuan beamed a faint smile. "I don't care who he is. I only know that he has killed many of my men. Today I must subdue him." Yi Fan understood that the other had guessed his identity from Tu Fei. He wanted to rob him. Yi Fan revealed his real face. "What do you want?" "What do I want? You've killed so many of my men. Of course, I have to take your life." Su Yuan smiled sinisterly. Tu Fei stepped forward and said, "This is my friend. If you want to kill him, you should count me in as well." "Tu Fei, don't force me. Friends are friends. He has destroyed the foundation of my Anzhou prefecture. Today I have to subdue him." Su Yuan didn't look friendly. "What if I don't agree?" asked Tu Fei in a low voice. "Then I have to apologize to you. If I bring you to Master Tu Tian 7, I must take this man with me." Su Yuan smiled and drank another glass of wine. "Then I have to fight you," said Ru Fei coldly. "I don't want my brothers to kill each other. How about this? I will compromise one more step." Su Yuan leaned on the soft chair and said, "Ask him to apologize to me. Of course, he must show his sincerity." "How can I show my sincerity?" asked Tu Fei. Next to him, the cultivator at the 4 extreme secret territories, whose name was Chen De, stepped forward. "Of course, he has to kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, he would be a joke." "Yeah, he should show his sincerity," Su Yuan smiled faintly. "Doesn't he have the myriad qi? He has robbed our origin. We should just give him the cauldron." Another cultivator stepped forward. He had also entered the 4 extreme secret territories. "All right." Su Yuan leaned on the rattan chair and said faintly, "Let him kowtow to me and give me the myriad qi cauldron. Then I will spare his life and let him go." "You're going too far." Tu Fei was enraged. "Are you sure you can defeat me?" Yi Fan was calm. He beamed a cold smile as he strode forward. "Is the 4 extreme secret territories that great?" He strode forward, shaking the entire mountain. Chapter 313. Everyone knew that Yi Fan was a cultivator of the Holy Palace secret realm and could not enter the 4-level secret realms. But at this moment, everyone moved in unison. Both Su Yuan and the people around him had their glabella flicker, and a magical item appeared to block the sea of consciousness. In the northern region, many cultivators already knew that Yi Fan's consciousness was extremely powerful. Few of his peers could match him, so they had to protect their consciousness when they saw him. Although the sacred body of the ancients did not show the supreme charm of the ancient times and could not shake the world, he still had a certain reputation among the younger generation, and his consciousness was feared. Next to Su Yuan, a cultivator of the four-level secret realm mocked. What a big tone. You don't take the cultivators of the four-level secret realm seriously at all. Unfortunately, you will never be able to step into this realm. Yi Fan looked calm and ignored him. He said to Su Yuan, I don't want to have a conflict with you, but if you force me, blood will flow on this mountain today. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to my young master like this? Kneel to the side and I'll deal with you later. Chen De shouted coldly. Kneel and offer the cauldron. Kneel to the side. How dare a small cultivator of the Holy Palace secret realm speak such nonsense? Kneel and wait for your punishment. The people around Su Yuan shouted loudly. Su Yuan put down his wine cup, wiped his mouth with a white handkerchief, and said in a soft voice, I've given you a chance. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. Kneel here and offer the cauldron, and I'll let you go. A man has gold under his flag. Su Yuan, you're deliberately forcing us. You have no intention of stopping. Tu Fei shouted coldly. Su Yuan smiled indifferently and threw the white silk scarf on the ground. He said calmly, How could that be? I said that as long as he offers up the cauldron and kneels down to apologize, everything can be forgiven. Boom. The ancient cauldron hovered above Yi Fan's head. The source qi of all things fell, and strands of it protected his body. He held the god-beating whip in his hand and stood in the middle of the field. How dare you attack in front of the cultivators of the four-level secret realm? You won't have a chance even if you kneel on the ground. Chen De was the first to attack. He arrived in front of Yi Fan with a single step, creating a gigantic hand made of energy that grabbed towards Yi Fan. The earthen yellow hand covered the sky. This was the power of a cultivator from the four extreme secret realms. Raising his hand was like a dragon, causing the void to tremble. His target was the myriad qi cauldron. He wanted to take it away directly. Do you think you're the golden-winged little King? Yi Fan sneered, not afraid at all. With the myriad energy cauldron above his head, he rushed forward. His left hand clenched into a golden fist, directly causing the void to collapse. He swung it towards the sky, and with a pu, the sound of something shattering could be heard. That large hand was actually shattered by Yi Fan's fist. Energy surged, rushing in all directions, sweeping many mountain rocks into the sky. The giant energy hand was blocked by the sacred body of the ancients, which was beyond his expectations. How strong was his opponent's physical body? Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan's physical body was so terrifying that he could fight against the cultivators of the four-level secret realm with his bare hands. It doesn't matter. His physical strength is his advantage, but who would compete with him in terms of physical strength? Just kill him from afar, another cultivator of the four-level secret realm said. Chen De sneered and said, That's right. How can the cultivation of the Holy Ji Palace secret realm compare to the four-level secret realm? Today, I will beat you until you kneel and make you hand over the cauldron with both hands. Yi Fan was indeed fearless. In the past, when he was at the third firmament of the Dao Palace, he could suppress a fourth firmament expert. Even if he faced a fifth firmament Dao Palace cultivator, he would still be wary, but it was not as if he could not fight them. Now that he had refined 100,000 kilograms of source qi and advanced to the fourth level of the Holy Ji Palace, his divine power was like the sea. It was boiling, and there was no doubt that he could defeat a fifth-level cultivator. Moreover, he could also fight against someone at the first level of the four levels. Yes, he had such a feeling. Every time the sacred body of the ancients advanced to the next level, it would become much stronger. Now that he had revealed the 9 secrets, he could definitely fight against someone at the first level of the 4 levels. He had the confidence to win. The sky was dazzling. Chen De appeared in the sky while riding a blood-colored lightning bolt, striking at Yi Fan. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts intertwined to form a dense electric net that shook the sky and earth. However, the cauldron on top of Yi Fan's head flowed with the color of black and yellow, blocking all the lightning outside. It could not hurt him at all. So that's all the cultivators of the four-level secret realm are? Is that what you're proud of? Yi Fan taunted. Chenda's expression was not very good. As a cultivator of the 4-level secret realm, if he could not suppress a cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm, where would he put his face? He opened his mouth and spat out a brilliance. It was a huge golden net that covered the sky and fell toward Yi Fan. Ha! At that moment, Yi Fan let out a soft cry and a divine light rushed out of his mouth. It turned into a scroll that was filled with patterns of the Great Path. This is the supreme secret technique of the Ji family. Innate Taishu Qi? Many people were shocked. This was the innate origin essence that was refined from the void. When it was spat out by Yi Fan using the Battle Saint technique, it had a different charm and was equally powerful. Boom! The void trembled. The innate Taishu Qi was like a Taoist diagram that was filled with misty brilliance as it hit the huge golden net. Crack! The soft yet tough treasure was penetrated at that moment. The innate Taishu Qi was invincible, and there was nothing it could not break. The Taoist diagram rushed through. The huge golden net immediately dimmed and was no longer a treasure. It was like a broken fishing net, and all the essence was scattered by the Taoist diagram. Chenda's expression was gloomy. He was embarrassed to be defeated by a cultivator from the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. Dang! With a long rumble, Chenda took out a silver bell that shook the heavens and the earth. The entire mountain was shaking, and the dazzling light rushed into the night sky. However, Yi Fan was very calm. The pressure in the sky was very strong, but he was not afraid and stood alone in the field. The silver bell rang through the mountains and rivers. The stone cliffs in the distance made cracking sounds, and many large rocks rolled down. This was the power of the cultivators from the 4 extreme secret realms. The bell above Chenda's head vibrated, and silver ripples turned into terrifying sharp blades that slashed downwards. Dang, dang. The cauldron made from the chi of all creation was hit until it trembled, and it was under great pressure. The bell waves were like the ocean, and they turned into tens of thousands of layers. Under the attacks of the cultivators from the 4 extreme secret realms, Yi Fan was shaking, but he did not show any signs of losing. On the contrary, he rose into the air and took the initiative to attack. A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? Chenda had absolute confidence that the cultivators from the 4 extreme secret realms would use all their treasures to fight against the cultivators from the Taoist Palace secret realm. The silver bell rumbled, and it suddenly fell down, pressing down on Yi Fan. This bell was really extraordinary. Its entire body was crystal clear, and silver light shot out in all directions, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Yi Fan did not dodge at all, and he was still rushing up. The chi of all creation cauldron above his head descended, and in his hand, there was a god-beating whip. It was simple and unadorned, but when it was swung, it caused the void to collapse, and it was as heavy as a mountain. Dang! The blow from the god-beating whip caused the bell to ring loudly, and everyone on the mountain peak had their ears ringing. They could almost hear nothing. Chenda's body trembled, and he felt as if his divine sense had been hit, but he did not think too much about it. Dang! Yi Fan held the god-beating whip in his hand, and he swung it down again, striking on the silver bell. His strength was immense, and the whip was incomparably hard. Even though the silver bell was extraordinary, cracks appeared on it. Chenda's body suddenly shook, and his divine sense stung. The divine sense that was placed in the bell felt as if it had been slapped. He wanted to control the bell to retreat, but it was too late. Dang! When Yi Fan swung the god-beating whip for the 3rd time, the silver bell could no longer withstand it. It first made a loud sound, and then with a crack, it was smashed in the air. Hundreds of pieces of the bell turned into a meteor shower, splashing in the night sky, rushing in all directions. Ah! Chenda screamed, and his hand touched the space between his eyebrows. The god-beating whip specialized in hitting people's divine sense. Just now, Chenda's divine sense was smashed into pieces, and it gave him a splitting headache. Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. He used the footwork of Crazy Ol, and in a flash, he rushed past, swung the god-beating whip and smashed it down. Crack! Chenda's head split open, and red blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere. His divine sense was completely destroyed, and his dead body fell to the ground. Below, everyone was like clay sculptures. They could not believe that all this was real. A cultivator from the holy realm of the Doctrine Palace had killed a cultivator from the 4-level secret realms. How is this possible? The sacred body of the ancients is invincible among those of the same level, but he hasn't cultivated a vision yet. How can he cross the secret realm and kill his opponent? Many people on Su Yuan's side were shocked, and they could not accept this result. Only Tu Fei understood what was going on. Chen Da and Yi Fan were fighting. If he did not use his divine sense to control the treasure, he would not have been killed like this. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Fan with the god-beating whip. This was destined to be a tragedy. The whip was indestructible, and it specialized in hitting people's divine sense. If one did not understand it, they would be restrained. I wonder if this is the god-beating whip from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The ancient wooden whip in his hand was full of the aura of time. Not only was it heavy in his hand, but it was also heavy in his heart. I wonder where those people in the past have gone. Yi Fan asked himself. He quickly came to his senses and landed on the ground. With a cauldron of myriad qi above his head and the ancient god-beating whip in his hand, he strode forward and approached Su Yuan and the others. I said, if you force me, this mountain is destined to be filled with blood and corpses. 3 cultivators from the 4-level secret realms came forward together, and the mountain suddenly shook. One of them said, even if you kneel on the ground right now and offer the cauldron of myriad qi with both hands, you will not have a chance to live. You go too. You must take his head. I don't want any accidents to happen. Su Yuan leaned back on the soft chair and let another cultivator from the 4-level secret realms come forward. A total of 4 cultivators from the 4-level secret realms stood in front of Yi Fan, and all of them took out their most powerful magic weapons. Under the night sky, the lights shone brightly. The divine power of these people was monstrous. After all, they were from the 4-level secret realms. Their bodies were bright and intimidating. In addition to their powerful magic weapons, the aura that they released was so powerful that even Yi Fan was pushed back. It seems that he is only the... How did Chen Da kill him so easily just now? Su Yuan revealed a doubtful look. However, at this moment, he was completely relaxed because he could already see that the 4 cultivators from the 4-level secret realms could easily suppress Yi Fan. He was far from being a match for them. Spare his life. He has secrets that I want to know. The 4 experts nodded and surrounded Yi Fan. Their murderous aura filled the air and shook the mountain. You forced me to do this. Yi Fan's voice was extremely cold. Even if they were the descendants of a great bandit, he did not care. Su Yuan drank a cup of wine and took the silk handkerchief handed over by the girl next to him. He wiped his mouth and said in a feminine voice, I gave you a chance but you did not take it. You sissy, you want me to kneel to you, and you want to offer me a cauldron. Let's see how you will kneel in a while. Yi Fan directly attacked. The myriad qi cauldron was hazy, and the yellow light fell down, protecting him inside. He held the god-beating whip in his hand and faced the 4 experts alone. The 4 experts each took out a golden cauldron, a purple lightning hammer, a silver 8 trigrams mirror, and a red copper lamp. The 4 secret treasures were all extraordinary, and they pressed down on Yi Fan. The void trembled, and all the spiritual qi in the sky was sucked dry. It gathered on the 4 divine items, trying to crush Yi Fan's flesh and bones. The 4 weapons all blossomed with auspicious colors and divine clouds. They were as heavy as mountains, and they crushed down on Yi Fan. The 4 people stepped forward at the same time and pressed down together. The mountain peak trembled violently, and under their might, the boulders on the cliff rumbled and rolled down the mountain. At this moment, Yi Fan mobilized all the spiritual qi in his body, and the secret of all of the 9 secrets was activated. He swung the god-beating whip in all directions. Pa-cha, pa-cha. For consecutive sounds were very straightforward. The golden cauldron and the red copper lamp were all smashed. The god-beating whip specialized in attacking one's consciousness. The moment the purple lightning hammer and the silver 8 trigrams mirror were smashed, the 4 people all screamed, and blood flowed out from between their eyebrows. Yi Fan swung the god-beating whip and smashed 2 of them into pieces. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed, and it was impossible for their consciousness to be preserved under this whip. Yi Fan did not kill the other 2. He rushed past them and came in front of Su Yuan, raising the whip to strike. You! Su Yuan never expected such an outcome. It was completely illogical. How could the 4 experts be defeated? Clang! A golden divine pagoda appeared in front of him. This was a treasure personally refined by the 3rd great bandit, Su Tianxiong. Its might was unimaginable and extremely extraordinary. Su Tianxiong favored this young grandson, so he naturally gave him powerful treasures for self-defense. The golden divine pagoda shot out a dazzling light that enveloped Su Yuan and protected his body. The golden pagoda floated in the air, blocking Yi Fan. However, Su Yuan's cultivation was only at the fifth firmament of the Dao Palace. How could he withstand the present Yi Fan? His divine power was like the sea, inexhaustible. Clang! Yi Fan lashed out with the whip, sending the golden divine pagoda flying. The impact caused Su Yuan's face to turn pale. His consciousness felt like it was being torn apart as he screamed. Yi Fan grabbed him by the collar. After reaching the fourth firmament of the Dao Palace, he had the confidence that he could easily suppress a fifth firmament expert. You want me to kneel at your feet? I think you should be the one kneeling. At this moment, the myriad chi cauldron floated above his head and the god-beating whip in his hand. His divine might was awe-inspiring, like an ancient god of war had reappeared in the world. Chapter 3:14. Su Yuan was not weak. He was only 19 years old, but he was already at the fifth level of the Holy Ji Palace. He was quite extraordinary for his age. Divine light surrounded his body as he fought back with all his might. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yi Fan. Against the sacred body of the ancients, all of his efforts were futile. He could not break free or fight back at all. The huge golden hand grabbed his collar and lifted him up like a pair of pliers. Yi Fan carried him with one hand and held the god-beating whip in the other. He rushed back to the original battlefield like a ghost, intending to kill the other two cultivators of the four extremities. Su Yuan's face was pale as he struggled with all his might. He cut off Yi Fan's arm with the golden void-splitting hand. His palms shone with a green light that was comparable to divine jade. Clang! Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not even hurt Yi Fan's skin. On the contrary, his hands hurt, and his jade-like green fingers were dripping with blood. Save your strength. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He grabbed him by the collar with one hand and clamped him in the air like a chicken. Put him down. Do you know who he is? Acting so viciously will bring you a great calamity. A cultivator of the four extremities secret realms put up a strong front. He could only use his status to intimidate him. It was too disappointing to fight. Just now, the four of them attacked together, and two of them were killed. Yi Fan sneered, I even dared to burn the supreme elder of the Ji family to death, let alone you guys. He rushed over with large strides and swung the god-beating whip. With the weight of Mount Tai, he smashed it down. The cultivator of the four extremities secret realms was shocked. He formed the Qilin seal with both hands. Dark light shone in front of him, and a black Qilin appeared, roaring and rushing over. Yi Fan shook the cauldron, and a wisp of source chi rushed out like a chaotic sword aura. It was extremely sharp, and it split the black Qilin in half. Boom! The cultivator of the four extremities secret realms shook all 10 of his fingers, shooting beams of dazzling divine light toward Yi Fan. The void trembled. Boom! Tu Fei took action. He didn't want to stay out of this. The imitation of the ancient sky-swallowing jar was so mighty that it could even make people's souls shiver. This cultivator cried out in alarm. After all, he couldn't compare to the children of the great sage. His body was almost sucked in and fixed in midair. Although the replica of the extreme path weapon was incomplete, and the materials and Dao patterns were far inferior to the original, it was still very terrifying. At this juncture, he had no other choice. He took out all his magical treasures and attacked the ancient sky-devouring jar replica. Light flickered and was exceptionally dazzling under the night sky. He took out more than 10 magic treasures in succession and used all of his strength to strike, causing the void to tremble as he attacked with all his might. Pa-cha! Pa-cha! Yi Fan strode forward and swung the divine striking whip. One magic treasure after another was broken, and the cultivator cried out wretchedly on the spot before falling to the ground. His divine sense was severely injured, and before Yi Fan could kill him, he was already unable to support himself and was rolling around on the ground. Puff! The cauldron above Yi Fan's head released a wisp of mysterious yellow gas and crushed him into powder in an instant, turning him into a pile of bloody mud. His body and soul were completely destroyed. The other cultivator from the four extreme secret realms wasn't so loyal. He had been watching coldly from the side and turned to leave when he saw that the situation wasn't good. Black Emperor, seal the outside for me. Don't let anyone out. Yi Fan sent a telepathic message. Su Yuan was captured by him. If the news got out, the consequences would be very serious. The third greatest bandit, Su Tianxiong, was even more terrifying than the mighty Green Dragon King. In the distance, the black fog filled the sky. The cultivator from the 4 extreme secret realms and the others who were escaping were all blocked and couldn't rush out. Why run? Didn't you say that you want me to kneel here and offer the myriad qi cauldron? Yi Fan chased with large strides and said, The cauldron is right here. You can come and take it. You dare to touch Su Tianxiong's grandson? Stop now. There's still room for redemption. The cultivator from the 4 extreme secret realms wasn't very strong-willed. Things have come to this. You still want to redeem yourself? Tu Fei took action. The replica of the ancient heaven-swallowing jar was taken out and a black hole formed in the sky. The simple and unadorned jar had a shocking devouring power. It was like a bottomless pit that could swallow people's souls. This person wasn't Yao Shi and couldn't be compared to the son of the great sage. Naturally, he couldn't block the heaven-swallowing devil jar. It was difficult for him to move as if he was trapped in a swamp. You! He screamed in fear. This was because Yi Fan had approached him with the god-beating whip. It was already very difficult for him to resist the heaven-swallowing jar. If he had to face this person who was like an ancient god of war, he would definitely die. Yi Fan's murderous aura was soaring. He didn't want to let him go. The cultivator knew that it was useless to admit defeat. His eyes were ruthless as he said, If you kill us, you won't be able to live either. Su Heng will take action. Su Tianxiong won't admit that his grandson was killed. He opened his mouth and spat out a rain of swords. More than 100 flying swords were crystal clear as if they were forged from stars. They were extremely sharp and flashed with divine light as they pierced towards Yi Fan. Gotcha, gotcha. Everything was in vain. Using divine consciousness to take out weapons to kill Yi Fan was like using paper to extinguish a fire. Yi Fan swung the god-beating whip and broke dozens of flying swords. The cultivator screamed and fell to the ground. His cultivation level was higher than Yi Fan's, but he couldn't stop Yi Fan's attack at all. This made him extremely unwilling, and even if he died, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. Yi Fan pointed with his finger. A golden light shot out and left a bloody hole on the cultivator's forehead, ending his life. Tu Fei wasn't a pushover either. When he attacked, he didn't hesitate and swept the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar in all directions. Yi Fan stopped. The cultivators of the 4 extreme secret realms had all been killed by him, and the rest were nothing to be afraid of. He looked down at Su Yuan. At this moment, all 10 of Su Yuan's fingers were broken. Blood flowed, and the green light was shining. It was a little scary. His finger bones seemed to be broken, and he could no longer exert strength. Put me down. I have something to say to you, Su Yuan said in a low voice. Slap. Yi Fan gave him a slap and sneered, You're still putting on airs. You want to tell me that you're Su Tianxiong's grandson? Sorry, I already knew that. You. Su Yuan's face was pale, and he was shaking with anger. But he quickly controlled his emotions and said, I didn't mean that. I just want to talk to you. Maybe we can become friends. There's no need to be enemies. Why didn't you say that just now? Yi Fan gave him another slap and said, Just now, who was the one who calmly told me to kneel on the ground and offer the myriad qi cauldron with both hands? We don't get to know each other without fighting. Although we have conflicts, we can still become friends. Su Yuan's voice gradually calmed down. He knew that the person in front of him dared to provoke even the Holy Land. If he still shouted recklessly after falling into his hands, he would definitely be slapped to death. You're right. We don't get to know each other without fighting. We only get to know each other after fighting. Yi Fan threw him to the ground. Su Yuan rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Bang! Yi Fan kicked out like he was kicking a ball, sending Su Yuan flying. In less than 5 steps, he caught up and slapped him to the ground, breaking many of his bones. Puff! Su Yuan vomited blood. He struggled for a while but couldn't get up. He gave an embarrassed smile and said, You've vented your anger. Let's talk. Actually, I don't like the people of the Holy Land. We can cooperate. How could Yi Fan believe him? Tu Fei said that this man was evil from head to toe. He had done all kinds of evil deeds. Moreover, he held grudges the most. Because he had a grandfather that no one dared to provoke and a brother that was invincible among the descendants of the great bandits. He could do anything. Pa! Yi Fan's palm landed on his face, sending him flying. Blood flowed out in a long stream, spitting out from his mouth, falling from the sky. Don't kill him. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Tu Fei came to Shi Yan after dealing with the others. Tu Ge, we've been friends for generations. Su Yuan looked at Tu Fei and shouted. Bang! Yi Fan kicked him into the air and slapped him repeatedly with his golden palm, causing Su Yuan to wail and wail. Even though he was at the 5th level of the Holy Ji Palace, he was unable to withstand the golden palm and fingers of the sacred body of the ancients. In the end, Su Yuan was almost crippled by the golden hands. His voice didn't belong to a human's. Don't hit me. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. Throughout his life, no one had dared to touch even a finger of his. He had always been the one who ate others. Today, he had asked Yi Fan to kneel down and offer his cauldron. The result was tragic. Yi Fan slapped him one more time before stopping. He sat on the soft chair and said, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me and give me all of your origin. Maybe I'll spare your life. Okay, no problem. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. A malicious light flashed in his eyes. As long as he could live, he was willing to do anything. With a flash of brilliance, a pile of origin appeared on the ground. It weighed more than 800 kilograms and was colorful. It was especially dreamy and eye-catching under the night sky. It's just a little bit. At most, it can keep one of your ears intact. Yi Fan's voice was cold. Su Yuan cursed in his heart but didn't show it. He said, although I have origin, I can't carry it all with me. If you want, I can get it for you. Do you want your grandfather to deal with me? Yi Fan sneered. Absolutely not. If you want to live, give me 200,000 kilograms of origin and we'll call it quits. Yi Fan demanded an exorbitant price. You. Su Yuan's vision darkened and he had the urge to vomit blood. I robbed the bandits of the Anzhou and got more than 20,000 kilograms of origin. I don't think you've only managed this state, right? I don't want to listen to your nonsense. If you can't give me origin, I'll kill you. Under Yi Fan's watchful eyes, Su Yuan didn't dare to conceal anything. He was afraid that the other would use his powerful soul consciousness to check his sea of consciousness. If that happened, he would suffer. Indeed, he had supported some other bandits. He could gather around 20,000 kilograms of origin. It was his limit. He didn't have more. Yi Fan searched the entire village and found more than 3,000 kilograms of origin. At this moment, Tu Fei retrieved the gold pagoda and said, This is the weapon that Su Tianxiong has refined personally. He really loves his grandson. It's worth 30,000 kilograms of origin. This gold pagoda was majestic and sparkling. Not long ago, Yi Fan had used the god-striking whip to whip it away. However, it wasn't damaged. It was as good as new. The materials it was made of were rare and precious. The Tao patterns carved on it were complicated. It was a rare treasure. The 5-tiered ancient pagoda had dragon carvings on each level. They were natural and simple, filled with the aura of the Tao. I'm afraid this ancient pagoda has some background. Yi Fan nodded and then looked at Su Yuan. You can gather at most 20,000 kilograms of origin. Including this pagoda, it's only around 50,000 kilograms. If you don't have anything else, I have to kill you. Boom! All of a sudden, the gold pagoda shook. A shadow flew out of the 5th level. An old man appeared and said, Little friend, can you show mercy? Chapter 3:15. Grandpa! Su Yuan was surprised and then thrilled. He screamed, Grandpa, kill them! Su Tianxiong. Tu Fei was startled, staggering backward. Can you spare my grandson? Su Tianxiong wore an emotionless face. He was just a wisp of soul consciousness, but when he stood there, he seemed to be in harmony with the great path. I don't want to have a grudge with your grandson, but he doesn't want to spare me. You heard him. He wants you to kill us. With his character, he will harm me in the future. Yi Fan hovered above the myriad chi cauldron and held the god-beating whip. Do you really want to kill my grandson? The old man was still expressionless as he asked. He emitted an oppressive aura that caused people to feel a chill down their spines. Buzz! All of a sudden, Yi Fan took action. Although he was facing Su Tianxiong, who was much stronger than the Blue Flood Dragon King, he wasn't afraid. Roar! The god-beating whip lashed out. Su Tianxiong's soul consciousness had been sleeping all day. Unless Su Yuan couldn't protect his life, it would wake him up. However, even if he had the earth-shaking power, he was just a wisp of soul consciousness. How could he know the magical features of the god-beating whip? Pah! The god-beating whip hit him directly. It was so fierce that the gold pagoda was blown away. Tu Fei hurried to use the sky-swallowing jar to protect his body. Su Yuan screamed pathetically as the energy wave sent him flying. He fell far away like a broken leaf. What kind of secret treasure is this? Su Tianxiong, the third bandit, had his body cracked, but he still screamed. Pa! Yi Fan didn't answer. He continued to swing the god-beating whip, smashing it into a halo. Boom! Following that, he struck out a third time. The brilliance was extinguished, and it completely disappeared from the sky, turning into ashes. You attacked Su Tianxiong's soul consciousness? Tu Fei was startled. He didn't think that Yi Fan would be that bold. I attacked first to gain the upper hand. I saw that he wanted to protect his grandson. I was afraid that he would use some secret technique. Yi Fan carefully examined the ancient pagoda, fearing that there was something strange inside. He said, since we have offended their bloodline, we have to do it cleanly. Kill them all so that they won't be able to find us. Don't kill me. Su Yuan's heart was completely cold. He didn't even know that his grandfather's divine will was in the ancient pagoda. He had accidentally met him and thought that he could escape from danger. He never thought that this would be the result. Tu Fei sighed. Su Tianxiong is really intimidating. It's just a wisp of his soul consciousness. If it's his real body, I shiver just thinking about it. After checking carefully, Yi Fan threw it to Tu Fei and said, this gold pagoda isn't bad. You should keep it. Tu Fei shook his head like a rattledrum. Who dares to use this toy? If Su Tianxiong finds out, he will definitely hunt you down. Yi Fan chuckled and said, leave it to that dog. I reckon that if it sees it, it will snatch it for itself. Do you really want to kill him? Tu Fei frowned. He thought that killing Su Yuan would be really troublesome. Do I have any other choice? Should I let him go? You know, with his temperament, he will stir up a storm to harm me, said Yi Fan. Don't kill me. Let me go. I promise I won't trouble you any more. Su Yuan screamed. At this moment, he was filled with fear. His life was in the hands of the other's thought. Tu Fei thought for a while and then said, we should subdue him first and keep him alive. I'm afraid that Su Tianxiong will know about this sooner or later. At that time, we won't be able to save him. If we start a war with him, the great sage will have a headache. All right, nodded Yi Fan. Unfortunately, he didn't have a suitable item to seal the pagoda. He couldn't open the leaf fire divine furnace. If he opened it rashly, the little Peng King, the Yao Guang Saint's son, and Yao Shi could escape immediately. Also, he didn't feel comfortable using the gold pagoda. Anyway, it was the other's weapon. Let me subdue him. Tu Fei put Su Yuan into the sky-swallowing jar. That's... Woof. The big black dog ran over. Seeing this, his big eyes almost popped out. He turned into a jet of black lightning, furiously storming towards Tu Fei. Holy *T. This dog is crazy. Tu Fei screamed. He found that the big black dog was enraged. He wanted to risk his life to fight with him. Yi Fan hurried to stop him, using the god-striking whip to stop the Black King. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? The large black dog panted heavily, and his eyes widened in rage as he asked, where did you get this jar? Damn dog, you're too greedy. It's a replica, not the real one. Why do you want to steal it? Tu Fei scolded. Of course, I know it's a replica. But without the real one, how could you replicate it? The big black dog was agitated, his giant body shivering. Tu Fei squinted at him and said, did you climb out of your grave? Everybody in the northern region knows that my grandfather has an incomplete sky-swallowing jar. Of course he helped me replicate it. Oh woo. The large black dog howled. He was as furious as he could be, and as sorrowful as he could be. He cursed. F***ck. That was the treasure that I wanted. How could it have been stolen by that old fart, your grandfather? Damn dog, how could you talk like that? Tu-Fei wasn't happy. What nonsense are you talking about? My grandfather has had the sky-swallowing jar for hundreds of years. It's none of your business. Oh, woo. Woof. The big black dog howled and barked. He was so agitated that he couldn't calm down even after running dozens of laps around the mountain. Oh no. It's over. This damn dog has been provoked. Yifan knew that the treasure left by the cruel man that the big black dog always wanted was this sky-swallowing devil jar. He briefly explained the situation to Tu-Fei so that he wouldn't irritate the big black dog further. How did your grandfather get it? After 1 hour, the big black dog calmed down and asked angrily. He picked it up. Tu-Fei told him the truth. Damn it! He picked it up. The big black dog was almost driven crazy. That year, I risked my life to dig it out. I was trapped in the training field of the cruel man for many years. Your grandfather picked it up casually. Do you want to piss me off? Everybody in the northern region knows about this. My grandfather was really lucky. He picked up a jar by a dry ancient river. I didn't expect that it was the sky-swallowing devil jar that was famous in the antiquity era. Woof woof woof. The big black dog couldn't stand it anymore. He started to run around the mountain, barking non-stop. The Black King couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. He had risked his life but he didn't even see the devil jar. But this guy picked it up easily. Where did your grandfather pick it up? The big black dog asked unwillingly. Didn't you guys make a big fuss in the Broken Cloud Mountain range when you came to find me last time? Years ago, my grandfather picked it up by a river outside the mountain. The big black dog really wanted to vomit blood. Not only was his heart hurt, but his liver and lungs were also hurt. His whole body was injured. He roared fiercely at the sky. This is so F***king unfair. How can I bear this? In the antiquity era, the sky-swallowing devil jar was famous in the world. There were many stories about it. According to one, the emperor of the antiquity era, when he was about to die, used his nascent soul as fire, his peerless flesh as clay, and countless godly materials in the legends of the eastern wilderness to forge his own body into a jar, leaving behind an ultimate weapon for his descendants. Some people said that this emperor cultivated the indestructible heaven art. He created a divine fetus in his dying old body and forged his old body into an ultimate weapon, the sky-swallowing devil jar. Whether it's his old body or his real body, it's still his body. He was a ruthless man who forged himself. The big black dog exclaimed. This also showed how precious the phoenix blood gold and the source chi of all life were. They were rarely seen in thousands of generations, and even the great emperor might not be able to obtain them. Otherwise, who would refine their own body into an extreme holy weapon? The big black dog said, You mean your grandfather, that old B***starred, only picked up the devil jar several hundred years ago but didn't get the lid? Damn dog, how can you say that? Tu-Fei glared at him. Okay, I misspoke. Did the lid not appear? The big black dog asked nervously. Tu-Fei answered. No. In this world, there is only one devil jar. The lid is not found. My grandfather tried to find it, but he couldn't find it. The lid is the most precious part. According to legends, it's made of the skull of the great emperor with some celestial materials. It has the seal of his primordial spirit. The word devil in the ancient sky-swallowing devil jar is on the lid. It's the most terrifying source. The big black dog wasn't desperate anymore. He swore he would get the lid. Then he gazed at Tu-Fei maliciously. Tell your grandfather to be careful. I'll find him later. Damn it! Tu-Fei cursed. Eventually, the big black dog calmed down. He finally noticed the ancient gold tower not far from him. It was just as Yifan had predicted. It pounced forward at once, snatched it into its hand, and pressed it down with its large claw, saying, This golden pagoda it can barely give me some time to use. This is the treasure of the third bandit, Su Tianxiong. We've subdued his grandson. Do you dare to use it? Yifan asked. Which one is Su Tianxiong? I've never heard of him. The big black dog didn't care. He's ranked above the green flood dragon king. Think about it yourself, Tu-Fei said. Damn it! The big black dog cursed, but he didn't give up. He said, I'll take it first. We'll talk about it later. He would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As long as there was something good, he would take it. Yi Fan's group didn't stay in Anzhou for long. Following Su Yuan's instructions, they went to Kuan Prefecture and started to sweep the source stones. Su Yuan was ambitious. He was secretly building up his force. Even his grandfather and brother didn't know he was planning for the future. Unfortunately, he met 2 people and a dog. All his efforts were in vain. During this half a month, Yi Fan had robbed all the bandits in Kuan Prefecture. He had seized 28,000 kilograms of source stones, which was much more than what he had expected. Kuan Prefecture was a beautiful place. Evergreen trees were everywhere, including pines, celestial maples, purple bamboos, and cold vines. Even though it was late autumn, the land was full of vitality. The celestial maples were swaying, and their leaves were crystal clear. They looked like jade trees, sparkling with green light. Besides, some trees had snow-white flowers. When the wind blew, the flowers danced. The fragrance of the petals was refreshing. In front of them, streams of spiritual spring flowed through the celestial maple forest. Ah, there's someone in front of us. It's a beautiful girl. Tu Fei almost howled like a wolf. She's so charming. She could be considered a peerless beauty. Did you notice that she has a pure aura like a crystal heart? She's like a fairy on an ice mountain. The girl who could catch Tu Fei's eyes and make him exclaim like that was definitely not ordinary. His highest goal in this life was to steal the saintess to be his wife. He had high standards. In the celestial maple forest, a girl in blue clothes didn't have any worldly aura. She had an otherworldly beauty. She was like a white lotus with rolling dewdrops, or a fresh snow lotus on a snowy mountain. The immortal maple trees were all like green agates, emerald green and glistening. Moreover, there were pure white flower petals drifting down, fluttering about the young lady's surroundings, sparkling and sparkling, releasing a strong fragrance, making her look like a fairy, otherworldly and beautiful. It's her. Yi Fan was surprised. Chapter 316. The girl in blue was like a fairy under the moonlight. She had an otherworldly appearance as if she didn't belong to this world. She had both spirit and beauty. The immortal maple trees were so green that they looked like they were carved from green jade. They swayed gently with green light moving around them. Pure white petals fell from the sky. The fragrance was so sweet that it could intoxicate people. Wei Wei. Yi Fan was surprised. He saw an old friend. Wei Wei came from the Spirit Ruin Paradise. She was the one who took Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others out of the forest outside the desolate antiquity Forbidden Lands. Her beauty was rare. The Spirit Ruin Paradise didn't want to delay her cultivation, so it sent her to the Wavering Light Holy Land. When Yi Fan crossed the sky to the north region from the southern region and sneaked into the Wavering Light Holy Land, Wei Wei seemed to have noticed him. She didn't expose him and even gave him some advice. Yi Fan didn't think he would see her here. He waved his sleeve and put the big black dog into it. Kid, what do you mean? The big black dog wanted to bite him. You met an old friend. Behave yourself. Don't give yourself away. Recently, he had been robbing bandits. Yi Fan had used the heaven and earth changing great spell to hide his true appearance. The only thing he could see was the big black dog. You know this girl who is as pure as crystal and as beautiful as a fairy? Tu Fei was surprised. Then he shouted, You beast, you beast. Why do I feel like you have relationships with many women? Stop your bad taste. I owe this girl. She saved me before she became a Wavering Light disciple, Yi Fan said. Although they were still far away, Wei Wei's spirit sense was very sharp. When she turned around and looked at him, her eyes were like jade beads shooting out clouds, brightening the entire maple forest. Why do I feel like she recognizes you? Tu Fei looked surprised. He already knew that Yi Fan knew the heaven and earth changing great spell, so he was surprised. Impossible. I didn't just change my appearance. Even my aura is different. How could she recognize me? Yi Fan said. However, Wei Wei really walked over. She was light and graceful. Her blue dress danced in the wind. Crystal petals accompanied her. She looked like a fairy. Can she really see through my true appearance? Yi Fan was a little surprised. Tu Fei said, This world has the underworld eye, which can see through the netherworld and the underworld. Other than that, there were also a few other types of heaven eyes. Among them, the celestial spiritual eye could see through falsehood. No matter how one tried to disguise it, it could look straight at the source. I think this girl most likely has a celestial spiritual eye. Look at her, she's as pure as an immortal, born out of this world. This isn't pure, this is a kind of immortal aura, and it matches with the legendary immortal spiritual eyes. Immortal spiritual eye. Yi Fan was surprised. Yeah, it's the immortal spiritual eye. Otherwise, how could she see through your earth and sky changing great technique? Two-Fei suddenly became excited. Capture her. What are you thinking? Yi Fan wanted to punch him. You don't know. People with the heaven eyes are favored by God. She has the immortal spirit aura. If you marry her, you will benefit a lot. Two-Fei's voice sounded like he was talking in his sleep. What are you talking about? You're just talking nonsense. Yi Fan slapped him to wake him up. No, it's true. You don't know that the Void Emperor of the Ji family became the Great Emperor because he married a goddess king. Many people say that, Two-Fei said with an envious face. Black Emperor in Yi Fan's sleeve couldn't help but scold him. Dream on. Do you think that's how the Great Emperor became? The great ancient emperors cultivate by themselves. Two-Fei argued. The ancient books have records that the Ji family will have a god-king physique every 10 generations. Because they are the descendants of the goddess king, this inheritance is immortal. There's evidence that the Void Emperor used to marry the goddess king. According to you, the Hangyu Emperor of the Jianghu family also married the goddess king? Yi Fan smiled and asked. No, it's not that. Some of his descendants used to marry the goddess king, said Two-Fei. Black Emperor sneered. What did the later generations think of it as? Marrying a god king isn't for cultivation. It's to let one of his descendants have a god physique to protect his family. The Void Emperor understood how hard it was to become the Great Emperor. Since the ancient times, only a few people could become the Great Emperor. He didn't think that a family could have a second Great Emperor. It's not realistic. Two-Fei argued. Then why did some almighty say that marrying a woman with a god physique and immortal spirit aura has a chance to become the Great Emperor? There's only one reason for that. It's because the women with the god physique and immortal spirit aura are favored by the heavens. They have the immortal aura. Living with them, they will feel like immortals. Sometimes they can understand something. However, if they want to become the Great Emperor, it's not useful. In other words, it's useful for cultivation. Two-Fei argued. What's the use? Two-Fei and the big black dog had started to fight before Vivian could reach them. Swoosh. Vivian was like a moving light or a flying shadow. When she came to them, she was graceful and full of wisdom. She was so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal being. Fairy, what do you want? Yi Fan didn't believe that she could recognize him. Vivian's white teeth were sparkling. She smiled, which brightened the entire maple forest. I'm here to capture Yi Fan. Yi Fan knew that Vivian didn't want to kill him. She did recognize him. Where's Yi Fan? I'm also looking for that bastard. He's worth 100,000 kilograms of origin source. Two-Fei pretended to be dumb. It's not easy to find the real Yi Fan, but there are many fake Yi Fan. Last time, Taoist priest Duan was hurt badly. If he hadn't taken out the black iron token at the critical moment, he would have been beaten to death. Today, the real Yi Fan is worth 200,000 kilograms of origin source. Vivian's lips curled up. She looked charming and bright. Haha. Two-Fei laughed. That wicked Taoist has shown his true colors. You've been recognized, haven't you? These days, they were busy robbing the roving bandits. They didn't pay attention to what happened that day. The real old Rock King has come. No matter how powerful Taoist priest Duan is, he can't escape. Vivian chuckled. Yi Fan thought that she wanted to tell him the news. Indeed. Vivian smiled. The big shots of the great sage's land are gathering in the Purple Mountain to open the treasure of the ancient emperors. The young generation and some rogue cultivators are looking for Yi Fan. Oh, who are looking for Yi Fan? Yi Fan didn't point out that they knew each other. They had a tacit understanding. Many people, and all of them are extraordinary characters. Even the Xia Prince of the Central Plains is looking for him. He wants to use the myriad qi cauldron to forge the divine weapon of the Xia dynasty. There were 4 immortal dynasties in the Central Plains. They had been around for hundreds of thousands of years. They had survived thousands of tribulations and were extremely prosperous. They were all founded by the ancient emperors. Yi Fan had seen a prince of Grand Xia before. His body was shrouded in imperial draconic qi, and 9 dragons soared into the heavens. He was comparable to the Yao Guang Saint Child. His race's Grand Imperial Sutra was unparalleled in terms of attack power and was said to be comparable to the Battle Saint art. I wonder which Xia prince he is? He is stationed in the holy city of the north. There is a Buddhist flower-pinching girl by his side. Vivian smiled. Yi Fan knew that it was the Xia prince he had met. The Buddhist flower-pinching girl was undoubtedly the white-clothed nun who was also the princess of the Xia dynasty. Yi Fan smiled faintly. He was going to the holy city and there might be a stone gambling battle with this prince of Great Xia. Currently, the biggest threat to Yi Fan is the Alcade 10 Masters. The Alcade 10 Masters? Between An Prefecture and Kuan Prefecture, the Alcade 10 Young Masters are looking for Yi Fan. Each of them is really strong, Vivian told him the news. How strong are they? Asked Tu Fei. They are the disciples of the Alcade sect's elders. They are at the 5th sky of the Dao Palace. They can fight against the warriors of the 4 Extremes Secret Realm. Moreover, 4 or 5 of them are at the 4 Extremes Secret Realm. So strong. Tu Fei was astounded. The 5th sky of the Dao Palace could fight against the 4 Extremes Secret Realm experts. 4 or 5 of them were at the 4 Extremes Secret Realm. It was really amazing. Yi Fan frowned, asking, aren't there only 4 Extremes Secret Realm experts in the young generation of the light-shaking realm? That was 1 or 2 years ago. Everybody is improving. There will always be some outstanding warriors who have broken through. Moreover, the disciples of the elders are low-key. They rarely show themselves in front of people. Did the top 10 young masters come out just for Yi Fan? Asked Tu Fei. Although the Alcade Saint is not the #1 warrior of the same generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, he is not far from it. With him here, the light-shaking realm experts won't have any other thoughts. However, he was subdued by Yi Fan. It's hard to say if he can come back alive. Some Grand Supreme Elders and Elders of the Seclusion sect want to support their disciples to take the throne. This time, whoever is able to kill Yi Fan will be able to add a great deal of glory to themselves. Why did the top 10 young masters of the Alcade sect come to An Prefecture and Kuan Prefecture? Asked Yi Fan. Vivian smiled and said, everybody knows that the sacred body of the ancients needs a lot of origin to level up. Some people have robbed the bandits on a large scale. Of course, they will be suspected. The top 10 young masters of the Alcade sect who have come out from the dark want to compete for the position of the saint. Of course, they are the most sensitive. Heroes are chasing after a deer, but don't let the deer kill them all, mumbled Yi Fan. Wei Wei's immortal aura was otherworldly, incomparably pure and holy. Her eyes were clear and bright, her smile extremely moving. The corners of her lips curled up as she said, Aya, I'm going to leave. I have master's orders to capture and kill Yi Fan. She turned around nimbly. Her jade-like feet stepped on the crystal petals and floated away, leaving only a trace of her fragrance. The big black dog couldn't wait to rush out of Yi Fan's sleeve. He looked at the beautiful figure that was about to disappear into the depths of the maple forest and said, that girl is very unusual. Her celestial aura is very strong, and she has an indescribable charm. Tu Fei nodded and said, she is indeed unusual. Does she want to use us to eliminate the top 10 young masters of the Alcade sect? Does she want to be the female Saint Lord? Yi Fan said, no matter what, she doesn't want to kill me. She has seen through my real body twice in the South region and the North region, but she didn't ask for the credit from the Alcade sect. Tu Fei looked pensive and said, that's why I said this girl is extraordinary. I think she is the same as me. She thinks you can break the curse of the sacred body of the ancients and enter the 4 secret realms. Yi Fan said, since the top 10 young masters trained by the hidden elder of the Alcade Holy Land have come to the Anzhou and the Kuan Prefecture, I can't let them down. I want to kill all the so-called top 10 young masters to shock the North region. I don't want them to think I'm a piece of fat meat. Tu Fei was shocked and said, what are you doing? You just want to vent your anger. It's not rational to do this. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. I'm doing this to give people the illusion that they will focus on the oases while I'm about to enter the sacred city. You want to gamble with the stone materials of the great sage's lands. Tu Fei was startled. Yi Fan had told Tu Fei that he had the original sky scripture. Since the other had helped him, he didn't want to conceal anything. Yeah, it's a good chance. The important characters of the great sage's lands are heading to the Purple Mountain to open the treasures of the ancient emperors. I want to get to the sacred city and gamble with the stone materials of the great sage's lands. Yi Fan talked to Tu Fei seriously. I need your help. After I get to the sacred city, you need to create a dense fog in the oases to make people think that I'm robbing the origin stones everywhere. Yi Fan had mastered the earth and sky altering gray technique. However, to be safe, he thought it was better to make more arrangements. It's easy to do that. You just need to set up a deceptive formation. I'm sure they will come to you with hope. Tu Fei smiled. The Black Emperor also needs your help. You just need to show your face and carve some formations. Then you can go out and walk around. Yi Fan didn't wait for the Black Emperor to express his opinion. You know that after I've cultivated the original sky scripture, it won't be a problem for me to find the divine origin. Helping me now is helping yourself. After they had discussed everything, Yi Fan looked at the distance and said, before we get to the sacred city to gamble, we should finish the top 10 young masters first. We should create more waves in the peaceful north region. Chapter 317. Before the Archaic Era, the northern region was full of vitality. Lush greenery was everywhere, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was so dense that it could not be dispersed. It crystallized and transformed into an origin. There were countless spirit herbs and godly medicines. Now, however, the flowers were gone, and the vegetation was withered. The land was desolate. The red soil and the reddish-brown rocks made it look desolate. Even though there were many oases, they were insignificant compared to the Scarlet Land. They were like scattered islands in the middle of a vast ocean. This also showed that the northern region was vast and boundless, because there were countless oases, many of them spanning thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers. Between the Kuan Prefecture and the An Prefecture was a vast desert. It was scarlet and stretched as far as the eye could see. Yi Fan carried the god-striking whip on his back as he walked alone on this reddish-brown land. He had already learned that one of the top 10 light-shaking realm cultivators of the younger generation might pass by this place. Tu Fei had gone to the An Prefecture, and the large black dog had stayed in the Kuan Prefecture to help him search for the top 10 light-shaking realm cultivators. The boundless Scarlet Land was exceptionally desolate and cold. As far as the eye could see, there was almost nothing. It was empty and deathly silent. The only scenery was probably a few towering red rocks. On this boundless Scarlet Land, they did not attract too much attention. This was a kind of monotonous emptiness. There were no other colors or scenery. There was only ancient, withered land. Yi Fan did not walk very quickly, but his steps were firm. With each step, he left a footprint on his back. With the god-striking whip on his back, he entered the depths of the Scarlet Land. Suddenly, he stopped and stood there silently. He gazed at the end of the land. On the horizon, a small black dot was quickly approaching. He's here. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. His first battle was about to begin. This time, he had made up his mind to fight. At the end of the horizon, the small black dot was extremely fast. Gradually, he could see that it was a sturdy figure. His feet did not touch the ground, and his shoulders did not move. He was 3 inches above the ground as he stepped through the air. In the blink of an eye, the person had already closed in. His figure and appearance were clearly visible. His steps were not fast, but they were extremely fast. With every step he took, he seemed to disappear from his original spot and quickly reappeared in front of him. He actually had the profound meaning of shrinking the ground into inches. This person was definitely not simple. This was a 21 or 22-year-old man. He wasn't very tall, but he was very sturdy. His skin was bronze in color, and he gave off a powerful feeling. His long hair was jet black, and his eyes were spirited. He was very sharp, giving off an oppressive feeling, and even a bit invasive. One look and one could tell that he was a very strong person, as if he wanted to control everything in his hands. His skin was the color of wheat, and he looked very valiant. His body seemed to be cast from copper, and his every movement made people feel that he was brave and powerful. Whoosh! The newcomer suddenly stopped in his tracks. He was 3 feet above the ground and stood in front of Yi Fan, sizing him up. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes, like 2 sharp swords. "It's you, Yi Fan." He spat out these 4 words, resounding and forceful, as if a golden bell was ringing, making everyone's eardrums tremble, the scarlet earth tremble. "That's right, it's me." Yi Fan stood on the ground and stared at the valiant man in front of him. This person was indeed not ordinary, and even Yi Fan felt a bit of pressure. The man stared intently at Yi Fan and said, "I was looking for you, and I didn't expect you to appear. Were you waiting for me?" "That's right. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today, I'll be the first to send you on your way." Yi Fan's reply was very straightforward. "Ha ha ha." The powerful man laughed loudly. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and a chill appeared on his bronze skin. He said, "Now, everyone in the northern region is looking for you, and you still dare to act like this? You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what you're looking for without even looking. You've saved me the trouble of searching everywhere. Let's register. After all, you're the first opponent I've met today," Yi Fan said calmly. "Gu Litian." The valiant man announced his name. "The top 10 experts taught by the hidden elder. Let me see what's so special about you. Don't be smashed to pieces by my fist." Yi Fan walked forward. "You know quite a lot, and you talk quite a lot. Unfortunately, this is no longer the primordial era. Your physique was born in the wrong era." Gu Litian landed on the ground and pressed forward step by step. He said, "The top 10 experts were all mobilized for you, but I found you first. This is the will of the heavens." "The will of the heavens? Do you think I'm a piece of meat on the chopping block?" Yi Fan laughed. "You have the sacred body of the ancients and are known to be invincible among your peers. Everyone knows that, but do you think the top 10 experts are here to die?" Gu Litian mocked and laughed coldly. "In this world, there is no shortage of talented people. The sacred body of the ancients is no longer favored by the heavens, and there will always be other physiques born. Even in terms of physical strength, you won't necessarily be the best." "Suppressing my physique, is it? Let me see how it goes." Yi Fan walked forward in large strides. Gu Litian did the same. He was not afraid of Yi Fan's extraordinary physique at all. It was obvious that he wanted to fight in close combat. However, in the process of pressing forward, an immortal glow shone between his brows. A piece of purple starry divine metal appeared, protecting his frontal bone and between his brows. Yi Fan was speechless at the sight of this. His powerful divine sense seemed to be useless now. Indeed, his divine sense was as vast as the sea and could kill powerful enemies with brute force. It had long been known to the northern region, and all the younger generation knew that one needed to protect their sea of consciousness first when fighting him. Gu Litian turned into a copper bolt of lightning and rushed over in 5 steps. He was indeed arrogant, daring to fight the sacred body of the ancients in close combat. "I'll borrow your head. I'll bring it back to the sacred ground and offer it to my master," he said softly. His copper skin sparkled and was actually surrounded by dragon chi. Boom! Gu Litian threw a punch. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the ground beneath his feet shook violently. His arm was like a dragon, strong and powerful. Bam! Yi Fan waved his golden fist and met the attack. When their fists and fingers collided, there was a loud sound like thunder. Level 5 of the Holy Ji Palace. Gu Litian had perfected the palace, and his combat strength was astonishing. He could destroy those at the first level of the secret realm of the 4 extremes. It was indeed as Vivian had said. Boom! Gu Litian was sent flying with a look of shock. He said, "You've broken through again. You're at level 4. How did you get 50,000 kilograms of source?" He was full of disbelief. It was no surprise, as 30 kilograms was an astonishing number. How could a lone cultivator collect all of it? Yi Fan did not move at all. His body could definitely look down on the Holy Ji Palace and the 4 extremes. In terms of pure physical strength, few in the same generation could compare. However, he did not let his guard down. Gu Litian was not ordinary, and he gave off a dangerous aura that was not inferior to the cultivators of the 4 extreme secret realm. Suddenly, the roar of a dragon was heard. The red ground shook, and Gu Litian's body shone brightly. Purple mist seeped out of his body, and his body underwent a drastic change. Purple scales grew on the surface of his body, and purple light shone around him. Even his face was the same. A demon? Yi Fan was shocked. Gu Litian did not answer. He turned into a beam of purple light and rushed over. He was filled with a dangerous aura. His body was extremely strong, and explosive power flowed within it. Bam! The moment he rushed over, he clashed with Yi Fan. Clanging sounds could be heard, and the two fists were like four divine hammers clashing together. Yi Fan was indeed surprised. Gu Litian's physical strength had increased by a lot, and he was actually able to block his golden fists. However, Yi Fan was not worried. He shouted and raised his battle strength completely. His body shone with golden light, and he looked like an ancient god of war. Boom! At that moment, he threw a punch, and Gu Litian, who was covered in dragon scales, was at a disadvantage again. He was completely suppressed, and then he turned into a bolt of purple lightning and flew backward. The sacred body of the ancients is indeed extraordinary. I've been refining my body with the blood of dragons since I was young, and even after 20 years, I still can't compare to your physique, Gu Litian said in a low voice. His master was very powerful, and he had tamed 8 dragons to protect the mountain. Since he was young, Gu Litian would spend 6 hours a day refining his body with the blood of dragons. Furthermore, he would spend 4 hours sitting in a medicinal furnace, and his master would use all sorts of medicinal liquids to strengthen his body. As such, his physical body had reached a shocking level. Even so, he was still no match for the sacred body of the ancients. He paled in comparison when it came to close combat. No wonder he could fight against the 4 extremes in the Holy Ji Palace. So that's how it is. Even Yi Fan was a little envious. To refine one's body like that, one would need a lot of medicinal herbs and a lot of dragon blood. It was only because this was a sacred ground, or else no one would be able to afford it. Let me see the divine technique of Alcade, or else I'm afraid you won't get the chance to use it, Yi Fan said. Very few of the disciples taught by the secluded elders practiced the orthodox secret technique of Alcade. Gu Litian's physical body changed again, and he said, "You've already entered the 4th heaven of the Holy Ji Palace. That's beyond my expectations. But that's nothing. I just need to take your head. Anyone can talk big, but you are far from being able to compete with me in terms of physical body." Yi Fan sneered coldly. Gu Litian shook his head and shouted, "I've only cultivated my physical body. How can I stop here? Hand me your head." He opened his mouth and swallowed a purple orb. His entire body looked ferocious in an instant, and his joints crackled like beans being fried. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from him. Yi Fan was shocked and raised his hand to unleash a palm of the void. He activated the battle saint technique, and the palm turned from black to gold. Boom! The palm stretched across the sky like a golden cloud. It was so heavy that it was suffocating, and the crimson ground cracked right away. Boom! However, at that moment, the aura emanating from Gu Litian became even stronger. Purple light shot into the sky, and dragon scales flickered. He seemed to have turned into a purple dragon. He moved away like a bolt of purple lightning. His physical body seemed to be burning with purple flames, and his physical strength and combat ability increased several times over. Gu Litian consumed a dragon's orb. Of course, it was not a whole orb, but a piece, but it was still enough to frighten people. At that moment, apart from the lack of a tail and horns, he really looked no different from a dragon. The scales on his body became even thicker, and the purple light was blinding. Furthermore, his hands had almost turned into dragon claws, and his nails were half a foot long. They glowed with a cold light. This was a purple dragon in human form. Chapter 3:18. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Gu Litian's physique and battle prowess had increased by several folds, making Yi Fan feel a sense of danger. In the past half a year, I've torn a total of 5 cultivators from the 4 extreme secret realms to pieces. You forced me to use my flood dragon transformation physique technique. Even if I die, I can be proud of myself. After Gu Litian turned into a purple flood dragon, his entire being seemed to have gained a bestial quality. He said, "I can smell the scent of primordial saint blood. Why don't I let you live and imprison you for eternity? I'll extract your saint blood every day to refine my physique." "You're speaking too soon." Yi Fan was fearless as he struck out with the embracing mountain seal. The great mountain stretched across the sky, forming a dark expanse. It blocked the sun in the sky and cast a large shadow on the ground. It possessed an incomparably great pressure. Gu Litian grinned. He was extremely powerful and did not dodge at all. His right hand turned into a purple flood dragon claw and slashed forward. Pa! The purple flood dragon claw sank into the black mountain and tore it apart. The black mountain turned into a huge pile of debris that flew in all directions. He split the mountain with his bare hands and dissolved the embracing mountain seal, turning it into a storm of energy. Dark clouds filled the sky. Yi Fan frowned. His opponent's physique had indeed reached an inconceivable level. It was on par with him. The scent of saint blood intoxicates me. After Gu Litian turned into a humanoid flood dragon, he was extremely terrifying. He was even stronger than ordinary flood dragons, combining the strengths of both human and flood dragons. The only downside was that his bestial nature had clearly increased, to the point where it was suppressing his human nature. You've given up on yourself. The human body is filled with endless mysteries. Instead of exploring them, you chose to turn yourself into a half-human, half-beast monster. Today, I'll show you what it means to have an unparalleled physique. Yi Fan shouted as he turned into a golden bolt of lightning and charged forward. Even though his opponent's battle prowess had increased, he was not afraid at all. His golden fist brought with it an unstoppable force, causing the space in front of him to crumble. He arrived before Gu Litian in an instant. Wang! The void was like a painting scroll that was grabbed by a large golden hand and violently trembling. This was a horrifying scene. Yi Fan's physique was too powerful, and nothing could stop him. He was even about to break free from the shackles of space and break free from the cage of heaven and earth. Pa! The golden fist finally clashed with Gu Litian's flood dragon claw, causing blinding rays of light to fill the area. It was as if Tai Chi gave birth to yin and yang, and then they collided. It was as if two volcanoes erupted at the same time, causing the heavens and the earth to be dazzling with gold and violet. The ground was silently annihilated, and a huge crater appeared. The two types of energy turned the red ground into dust, and a large area disappeared. Ho Gu Litian roared and charged out of the purple light like a wild beast. His legs shook as he pounced towards Yi Fan, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light. Yi Fan shook his head and said coldly, he lost himself. Even if he obtained great power, so what? How is he any different from a beast? Boom! Yi Fan's move was simple and direct. His golden fist punched out fiercely, hitting the opponent's claws. Clang! Clang! Kacha! Gu Litian's 10 flood dragon claws were shattered and fell to the ground. Gu Litian screamed as his 10 fingers were bleeding. Even though he had transformed into a half-human half-flood dragon and seemed to be able to compete with Yi Fan, his physical body was still not strong enough. The intense pain had weakened his bestial nature, and his consciousness had become slightly clearer. Is the sacred body of the ancients really that terrifying? He spat out a mouthful of purple blood. Then, his entire body surged with spiritual essence. Purple light wrapped around his body like a raging flame, creating a dazzling scene. Yi Fan stood in the void like a divine king. His entire body radiated with golden light. Even his black hair had a layer of golden luster. He pressed forward step by step. Gu Litian used a secret art to increase the toughness of his body and battle prowess. His expression became even more savage, and his face was covered with dragon scales. 9 transformations of the Jiao dragon. He roared, and his joints began to shift again. The sound of bones cracking could be heard, and a chilling aura permeated the air. His body bent like the bones of a dragon and the body of a flood dragon before he charged forward with a whoosh. Murderous aura. Shocking murderous aura. Purple light shot into the sky. His body was deformed beyond recognition, but he became even more powerful. The 9 transformations of the Jiao dragon had almost turned him into a real dragon. The 9 transformations of the Jiao dragon had transformed from a flood dragon into a dragon. Gu Litian charged forward and slapped with a pair of purple hands, causing the void to tremble and the dust on the ground to rise. Everything became unstable as purple mist surged. Yi Fan fought force with force and fought force with force. He slapped with his golden hands, breaking the sky with a single hand and shaking the heavens. Bang! Bang! After more than 10 consecutive collisions, Yi Fan stood firm in the sky, surrounded by golden light. Gu Litian, on the other hand, coughed up blood and fell back. Why? I clearly feel like I can suppress you, but why am I always at a disadvantage? Gu Litian couldn't understand. Purple blood dyed half of his body red. You are overdrafting your potential. Once is fine, twice is fine, but 3 times is too much. In my opinion, you are already exhausted. Yi Fan charged forward. He didn't want to give his opponent any more chances. My 9 transformations of the Jiao dragon, become a dragon among men. Gu Litian roared. He opened his mouth and swallowed several purple cores at the same time. The Jiao dragon cores were incomparably ferocious. Purple electricity shot out from his body and became incomparably violent. It was as if an ancient beast had come back to life. His body was stooped, and his limbs were deformed. He looked like a reptile, sinister and terrifying. Even his eyes had turned purple. The smell of divine blood. I will become stronger after obtaining your blood. His wild nature was revealed, and he seemed to have lost his sense of self. Yi Fan was like a deity with divine splendor swirling around him. His left hand formed a sun seal, and his right formed a moon seal. The 2 large millstone plates rumbled through the sky as he pushed them forward. As he pushed the sun and moon forward, it was as if a divine king had descended into this world, overlooking the common people. He was omnipotent. The sun and moon competed in splendor, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light under his hands. It was impossible to look straight at them. They were filled with a grand and divine aura. You have overdrafted your potential. You have already withered. Yi Fan's voice was vast and dignified. Pang! Gu Litian was like a wild beast. He was incomparably ferocious as he pounced forward. However, what awaited him was only a great sun. The divine radiance shone down on his body. Puh! Gu Litian was like a wooden puppet as he was sent flying by the great sun. A string of purple blood splashed down. He was shocked and furious. Swoosh! He bent his body and shot back like an arrow. He attacked again, but what awaited him this time was a bright moon. It struck him until he spat out purple blood and fell from the sky. It's time to end this. Yi Fan chased after him. He struck out with the embracing mountain imprint, but it was different from last time. The black mountain peak was pinched between his fingers, and it seemed even more realistic. Gu Litian roared. Purple light flickered in his eyes as he grabbed towards the purple mountain. He wanted to tear it apart like last time, but this time, he couldn't move it at all. Pang! Yi Fan slammed the black mountain into Gu Litian's body, causing the surroundings to tremble. Gu Litian howled as his flood dragon body began to crack apart. Crackling sounds could be heard as the scales on his body began to fall off. Fresh blood began to pour out. Puh! Yi Fan pointed out, and divine light flickered as he gently chopped down. Gu Litian's head fell to the ground. Then, he struck out with the embracing mountain imprint, turning the headless corpse into dust. He landed on the ground and carved the character Yi into the red rock next to his head. The 10 great experts of the Alcade realm have all come to kill me. You will be the first one I kill. Yi Fan only left behind the character Yi. He believed that everyone understood what it meant. 1 character meant 10 lives. The northern domain was about to be thrown into chaos. 10 great experts, I will deal with you one by one. Yi Fan turned around, the deity striking whip on his back as he walked deeper into the scarlet earth. In this battle, Yi Fan did not use the all-secret character, nor did he take out the cauldron. He fought them head-on, attacking them head-on. He wanted to use this to test his own cultivation. Fighting against the 10 great experts of the Alcade realm was the best way to temper himself. He would use these people as a sacrifice to his blade. At noon, Yi Fan encountered his second opponent. After a fierce battle, he killed him. Before sunset, he encountered his third opponent. Even though this person was only at the 5th layer of the Dao Palace, he was comparable to a cultivator at the 4 extremities. His battle prowess was astonishing, but he was still killed by Yi Fan. The earth was dyed red with blood. Yi Fan carved the third character Yi next to the head. The setting sun was as red as blood, connecting with the red earth. It was a beautiful sight. One could imagine that in a few days, the entire northern domain would be shaken. Of the 10 great disciples of the Alcade realm's hidden elder, 3 had already been killed by him. The wind began to pick up. As it swept across the vast desert, it let out a howling sound. Yi Fan suddenly turned around. Behind him, 3 figures were coming at him against the wind. They did not waste any words and immediately attacked. He was shocked. One of them was at the 5th layer of the Dao Palace, but the other two were cultivators at the 1st layer of the 4 extremities. Wang. In the sky, golden divine light flashed. A huge golden gourd pressed down on him. It was extremely powerful, comparable to a golden mountain. Yi Fan dodged, avoiding the golden gourd. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. He quickly took out his cauldron and let it hang above his head. Thousands of strands of heaven and earth qi poured down to protect his body. Clang! Almost at the same time, an object struck in front of him. It was an earth-shattering blow, and both he and the cauldron were sent flying hundreds of feet away. Yi Fan was shocked. If he had not sensed it and hurriedly used the cauldron to protect himself, he would have been hit. That was a blow with astonishing divine power. He dodged to look and found a shining silver ring suspended in the air. It was this object that had hit him. In front of him, 3 people stood side by side. One had a golden gourd above his head, another had a 5-colored feather fan above his head, and the one in the middle had a silver ring above his head. The 3 young men looked to be about 21 or 22 years old. They were all very handsome and had extraordinary temperaments. They looked very heroic. The source qi of all things is indeed extraordinary. Even my Vajra chakram could not penetrate it, the man in the middle said. Yi Fan was shocked. He had been puzzled just now, and now he was even more shocked. The silver ring was called the Vajra chakram. On the other side of the starry sky, there was a legendary Vajra chakram with peerless power that could trap the heavens. Had it been brought to this world? Yi Fan pulled out the deity striking whip on his back and held it in his hand as he faced them. Chapter 319. The diamond chakram seemed to be made by nature and was extremely exquisite. It was silvery white in color, and its body was shiny. There were runes on it, making it look simple and natural. Yi Fan stared at it without blinking. He didn't know if this was the legendary diamond chakram from the other side of the starry sky. His heart was not calm. You're quite daring. You're still lingering here after killing someone. How insolent! The man with the golden gourd above his head scolded coldly. Yi Fan understood that these 3 must be the descendants of the Alcade and disciples of the hidden elders. They must be 3 of the top 10 experts. Buzz! The golden gourd above his head swayed and instantly became bigger. It rushed over like a golden mountain. He didn't want to say anything else and directly attacked. Crack! At this moment, the ground below suddenly cracked open. It was because the golden gourd in the sky was too heavy. An invisible pressure came from everywhere. Strands of it fell down, causing the ground to crack open and rocks to fly into the sky. This was a shocking power. The golden gourd, which was comparable to a mountain, had not even pressed down yet, but it had already created such a scene. Red rocks flew in all directions. Yi Fan had the myriad qi cauldron above his head and the deity striking whip in his hand. He stood alone on the red ground, unmoving. Only the ground under his feet did not crack. The myriad qi cauldron descended and protected him and the ground under his feet. He was not affected at all. Buzz! The void was like a wall. It shook under the pressure of the golden gourd as if it would collapse at any moment. This golden gourd, which was comparable to a mountain, shone brightly. After a tremble, it fiercely descended, wanting to crush Yi Fan into meat paste. When the golden light slashed down like a blade, Yi Fan's left hand slapped toward the sky. Clang! The void palm was activated with the battle saint technique. Its magical power was like the sea. The golden palm was like a golden cloud and slapped the golden gourd. The golden gourd was like a giant sun that covered the sky. It shone brightly and trembled. A palm print was clearly imprinted on its surface. Go! Yi Fan shouted loudly. The huge golden hand slapped out again, and like a surging golden ocean, the golden gourd was sent flying far away. It flew into the sky and drew out a dazzling golden light. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the golden gourd trembled intensely. 10,000 streaks of sword radiance shot out from the gourd's mouth. Every single streak was as thick as a water bucket. Golden light blazed fiercely as they struck towards the ground. Swish, swish, swish. This was a rather terrifying scene. The bucket-sized sword radiance rained down from the sky, and the crimson ground within a radius of thousands of feet was pierced through. One could clearly see that many terrifying holes had appeared on the ground, reaching deep into the ground. It was a chilling sight. 10,000 streaks of golden sword radiance pierced through the heavens and earth. The scene was horrifying. It was as if there were pillars supporting the heavens standing on the scarlet earth. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head was circulating with a myriad source qi, causing his body to become hazy. Clang, clang, clang. Thick streaks of sword radiance shot towards the cauldron and his body. Although they could not pierce through, they had an extremely powerful penetrative power, causing him to sway. Yi Fan stood in place without moving. He only slapped towards the sky with the void palm imprint. The huge golden hand wiped out many of the sword radiance. Everywhere it passed, even though the sword radiance was like a sea, they were all destroyed. They could not stop the huge golden hand imprint. Bas! The void trembled. The golden gourd's radiance became even more intense. It was as if there was a golden flame burning, causing the horizon to become dazzling. Tens of thousands of sword radiance shot out from the mouth of the gourd. They were even more concentrated and fierce than before. They rushed out like a tide and pressed down on the huge golden hand. The golden sword radiance that was as thick as a water bucket shattered the earth. There was no longer any intact land within a radius of thousands of feet. Even the ground under Yi Fan's feet was shattered. This area was scorched. The bottomless sword holes were extremely concentrated. They were like a huge sieve. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of desolation. Yi Fan used the myriad source qi cauldron to protect himself. He held the god-striking whip and sword into the sky. He faced the tens of thousands of sword radiance and struck towards the mouth of the golden gourd. Hiss! The master of the golden gourd gasped. The myriad source qi was indeed special. It could actually defend against such concentrated sword radiance. He was deeply shocked. Clang, clang, clang. Tens of thousands of sword radiance rushed out and turned into a boundless sword rain. The heaven and earth were a blazing curtain of light. Yi Fan was under great pressure. Although the golden radiance could not penetrate his body, it still had a terrifying impact. He was unable to move forward. Every strike was like a huge hammer smashing down. Boom! He shook the cauldron on his head. At this moment, the myriad source qi was hazy. Beams of it rushed into the sky and met the tens of thousands of sword radiance. This time, the sky was dazzling. The collision of the two beams produced extremely terrifying energy waves that swept across the heaven and earth. The myriad source qi was even more terrifying than the sword radiance. It crushed the tens of thousands of golden sword radiance and hit the giant golden gourd. Yi Fan's speed increased. He used the cauldron to protect himself and swung the god-striking whip. He rushed forward in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, the tens of thousands of golden sword radiance disappeared. A mysterious light rushed out of the mouth of the gourd. It was dazzling like a waterfall and wrapped around Yi Fan and the cauldron. Whoosh! With a flash of light, he was sucked into the golden gourd. With a snap, the mouth of the gourd closed, sealing him inside. The golden light sank. The golden gourd shrunk to the size of a palm and fell into the hands of the young light-shaking realm cultivator. Ha ha! He held the golden gourd and couldn't help but laugh. Sacred body of the ancients? That's all there is to it. Beside him, the cultivator with the 5-colored feather fan hovering above his head said, Junior Brother's treasure is indeed powerful. It contains the mystical true light and can suck in anything. I'm afraid even a cultivator at the peak of 4 extremities would find it difficult to escape. The master of the golden gourd shook the gourd hard and said, The mystical true light will turn him into a puddle of blood in less than 10 minutes. Be careful. He has the myriad source qi. He might not be turned into a puddle of blood, the young man with the diamond chakram above his head reminded. Don't worry. The mystical true light is all-pervasive and can transform anything. Back then, my master sucked in a cultivator who surpassed the 4 extremities secret realms and turned him into a puddle of blood. Even if he has the myriad source qi and can protect him for a while, it can't protect him forever. Let's see how long his divine power can last. Boom! The golden gourd shook violently and almost fell from the hands of the disciple. What? Even the mystical true light couldn't lock him in place. He can still struggle. Be careful, don't let him destroy this treasure. The two beside him reminded as they held the peerless diamond chakram and the 5-colored feather fan in their hands. It's fine. This golden gourd was refined by my grandmaster. He added a tail of divine copper essence. It's hard to damage. As expected, the golden gourd only shook for a moment before calming down. There was no more movement. he sneered and said. Humph, just wait to be turned into a puddle of blood. Within the golden gourd, Yi Fan seemed to have fallen into a swamp. The mystical true light bound him to the center of the gourd, making it difficult for him to struggle. This guy is only at the 5th level of the Tao Palace, yet he has such a treasure. It won't be a problem for him to kill cultivators at the 4 extremities secret realms. Yi Fan frowned. As expected, the top 10 disciples taught by the secluded elder all had extraordinary skills. However, he did not panic. Ignoring the protection of the myriad source qi, even without the cauldron, his body could withstand the corrosion of the mystical true light. He stood at the center of the gourd, searching for the weakest point of the treasure. He was prepared to shatter it in one strike and attack. It's here! Yi Fan shook the cauldron and used the myriad source qi to disperse the mystical true light. Then, he came to a gourd wall and swung the god-striking whip, concentrating all his strength to strike forward. Clang! The golden gourd shone brightly, causing its owner's palm to go numb. Before he could react, there was another loud noise. Clang! Ah! He immediately screamed. His consciousness was in pain and he was in a trance. Gotcha! The golden gourd cracked open and exploded in his hand. His palm and fingers were drenched in blood and white bones could be seen. With a cauldron hovering above Yi Fan's head and the god-striking whip in his hand, he rushed out. Without a word, he swung the wooden whip and smashed down. Crack! The owner of the golden gourd did not even have time to grunt before he was torn to pieces by the god-striking whip. His consciousness turned to ash and he died on the spot. Buzz! Yi Fan swung the god-striking whip and swept it at the 2 people beside him. However, the 2 were prepared and had warned the owner of the golden gourd. Clang! The diamond chakram shone brightly and flickered with silver radiance like a great mountain. It struck the god-striking whip and burst out a string of sparks. The divine power was incomparably powerful. The diamond chakram's divine splendor circulated and became misty. The Tao patterns on it moved like dragons and blocked the god-striking whip without the slightest damage. At the same time, the other person's 5-colored feather fan slapped over. The 5-colored astral wind turned the ground under Yi Fan's feet into ashes and sent the large stone fan flying several li away. Bang! Yi Fan used the cauldron to block it. Even so, he was almost sent flying. The astral wind was too fierce and the divine power was like a tide. Dong! Suddenly, the moment Yi Fan was swept away by the astral wind, he opened his mouth and spat out a strand of innate origin energy. It melted with the void and formed a Tao diagram that shot forward. Innate Taishu astral energy. It turned into a scroll with Tao patterns on it. Its power was matchless as it tore apart the 5-colored astral wind and hit the side of the treasured fan. Clang! The 5-colored feather fan shook and flashed with splendor. It was undamaged and blocked most of the innate Taishu astral energy, but a part of it still rushed through. A small piece of the Tao diagram was like a peerless sword. It shattered the owner's arm and turned it into a bloody pulp. He was not Gu Litian who specialized in physical cultivation. Even in the 4 extreme secret realm, he could not block this kind of close combat. The Ji clan's innate Taishu astral energy. He cried out in surprise. This change was too sudden. He did not expect Yi Fan to spit out the Tao diagram and catch him off guard. Boom! Yi Fan activated the secret of all of the 9 secrets and was about to be sent flying by the fan. However, he suddenly stopped his body and rushed forward against the wind. His battle prowess increased by 10 times. He had no choice but to go all out. 2 enemies were in the 4 extreme secret realm, especially the diamond chakram of the other one. The 5-colored astral wind could melt anything. It blew the rocks and earth into ashes and created a huge crater. Unfortunately, it was unable to send Yi Fan, whose strength had increased by 10 times, flying. He was like a resplendent divine spear, unstoppable. He broke through the 5-colored divine wind and arrived before them. Whoosh! This person waved the fan with all his strength. The divine wind surged like the ocean, but it was blocked by the myriad source energy falling from the cauldron above Yi Fan's head. Clang, clang, clang. He opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling light. 81 divine feathers were sparkling and translucent. They were like immortal swords that hacked at Yi Fan. At the same time, the diamond chakram from behind also attacked. It was like a mountain hitting the cauldron with immeasurable weight. Yi Fan clenched his teeth and took advantage of the situation. He allowed the cauldron to fall and the five-colored fan in front of him to temporarily escape his grasp. At the same time, the deity striking whip in his hand swung down and dozens of divine feathers were shattered. Ah! The owner of the five-colored fan let out a miserable cry. His consciousness was injured. The fan in his hand collided with the cauldron and fell to the ground at the same time. Yi Fan rushed over. His fist flashed with golden light and killed him. He passed through the broken body. Swoosh! He grabbed the five-colored fan in his hand. At the same time, his cauldron flew back and released strands of myriad source energy to protect him. Chapter 320. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan risked his life and killed two powerful enemies. He wanted to train himself against the top 10, but the premise was that his life was not in danger. The situation just now was very bad, so he had to use all of his means. Buzz! The diamond chakram flew over. Its body was shiny, and its patterns were natural. It was as if it was imbued with the power of the heavens, causing the red ground to tremble. Yi Fan was moved. He wanted to test how hard the chakram was, so he took out the cauldron of myriad qi above his head. It was a holy item. Although it did not have Tao and reason interweave, it was immortal and could not be destroyed. Clang! The two collided, and the reddish-brown ground rumbled. Sand and stones surged like a flood, sweeping in all directions. Between them, the earth seemed to have turned into a vast ocean. Layer upon layer of sand surged like waves. The void was like a scroll painting. It was as if it was being pulled in someone's hand and shook vigorously. The world shook violently. The diamond chakram was indeed terrifying. It had such great power that even the cauldron of myriad qi could not shatter it. Yi Fan was shocked and said, "Is it really the divine item on the other side of the sky?" Whoosh! He turned into a shadow and disappeared, retreating hundreds of meters away. The cauldron of myriad qi flew over and hovered above his head. Boom! The diamond chakram also rushed over. As expected, it had the power to split mountains and split the sky. It caused the ground under his feet to collapse and sent him flying. After this attack, the light-shaking realm cultivator finally stopped. He held the shiny treasure in his hand and stared coldly at Yi Fan. He said, "We underestimated you. You have the sacred body of the ancients at level 4, yet you have such combat power. You even killed my light-shaking realm cultivators. 10 lives for Yi. All 10 of you came out together for me. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed," Yi Fan replied. 10 lives for one Yi. How impressive. You want to kill all 10 of us by yourself? Do you think this is before the primordial age? Yang Yi's expression was ugly as he held the diamond chakram in his hand. Regardless of whether it's before the primordial era or now, it's all the same to me. I've already killed 5 of them. Are the remaining 5 still far away? Yi Fan was extremely calm. What? You killed 5 of them? Does that mean Gu Litian wasn't the only one who died before we came here? Yang Yi was shocked. That's right. I've killed 3 people by then. You'll be the 6th. This is beyond my expectations. While the sacred body of the ancients has declined, it's still something special. Yang Yi's expression grew even colder. Yi Fan said, "There's something I don't understand. I'd like to ask you." "What is it?" Yang Yi asked coldly. "Where did you get that diamond chakram? What's its origin?" Yi Fan stared at him. "Why are you asking this?" Yang Yi stood there, the diamond chakram in his hand flashing with a dreamy luster. Yi Fan said, "I just have some doubts. This kind of weapon is rare in this world. Today is the first time I've seen one. Even my cauldron couldn't crush it." Humph. Yang Yi snorted and said mockingly, "Don't think that you can defeat all the weapons in the world just because you have a holy item. Even the source qi of myriad beings is nothing before it can weave its own patterns." The blood-red setting sun disappeared completely. Night fell, and the stars dotted the sky. The night wind blew across the devastated land, making whooshing sounds. "Does that mean your diamond chakram really has a great origin?" Yi Fan asked. "Of course. This is a secret treasure of my grandmaster. He gave it to me to kill you." Yang Yi's voice was cold. "This diamond chakram is a treasure of a grandmaster." Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. The Yaoguang sacred land was indeed not peaceful. With the disappearance of the sun, everyone hoped that their disciples would be able to improve, and they were willing to bestow great treasures upon them. This is one of the Yaoguang's sacred land's treasures. It's a weapon forged from the dragon pattern cauldron of ultimate path and forged from Daluo silver essence. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. What was Daluo silver essence? It was definitely a peerless material for refining treasures. It was the favorite of the great sage because it was sturdy and could rot. In the past, he had met the crow Taoist in the fire realm. The sheep-fat white jade godly metal he used to refine treasures was of the same level as Daluo silver essence and was equally precious. This diamond chakram was not much bigger than a bracelet. Its consumption was limited, but it was still extremely extravagant. This kind of peerless material was rare in the world. If that's the case, then your grandmaster must be someone with a great background. What Yi Fan was most concerned about was that this item was forged from the dragon pattern cauldron of ultimate path, and not the diamond chakram on the other side of the starry sky. Thinking about it, this should be the case. How could he encounter such things one after another? It was impossible for him to always hear news about the Qi practitioners of the pre-Qin dynasty. Moreover, the ancient diamond chakram on the other side of the starry sky was peerless in power. It could move the heavens and shatter the earth. Such a peerless weapon would not fall into the hands of a disciple of the four extreme secret realms. However, Yi Fan was still tempted. This was a weapon forged from the dragon pattern cauldron of ultimate path. It would definitely be an important treasure even in the Wavering Light sacred ground. I heard that the dragon pattern cauldron of the Wavering Light sacred ground rarely appears. They are suppressing their so-called trump cards. What exactly is that? Yang Yi harumphed coldly and said, "You know quite a bit." If there was one ultimate path weapon that Yi Fan was most curious about, it would undoubtedly be the dragon pattern cauldron. This was not just because the Wavering Light sacred ground had chosen to forge cauldrons like him. It was also because the Wavering Light sacred ground had never produced a great emperor, yet they had successfully forged an ultimate path weapon. This was definitely an anomaly. From ancient times until now, this was the only one who had produced an ultimate path weapon without producing a great emperor. No one else had been able to replicate this miracle. However, it could not be said that the Wavering Light sacred ground had luck. Everything was determined by their strength. Before the Antiquity era, even though the Wavering Light sacred ground had never produced a great emperor, they had produced 28 sages. During that period of time, every generation had produced a stunning figure. The 28 sages had succeeded them. When the older sages passed away, the new sages would take their place. In total, they had spent 50,000 years refining the black dragon pattern gold. This was the result of the combined efforts of the 28 sages, as well as countless sacred lords and grand elders. Before every old sage passed away, they would carve their lifetime of comprehension into a Tao pattern and imprint it into the dragon pattern cauldron. 50,000 years. Before it had become an ultimate path divine weapon, the black dragon pattern gold had been placed on the Wavering Light sacred mountain and had never moved. It had withstood wind, rain, thunder and lightning, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the power of the stars. During this period of time, countless disciples had prayed and worshipped it. In the end, on a rainy night filled with lightning and thunder, it had become an ultimate path weapon. It had become a supreme treasure of the Eastern Barren territory. This also showed how terrifying an ultimate path divine weapon was. Only a great emperor could forge it. The Wavering Light sacred mountain was the only exception. 28 ancient sages had expended their blood, sweat, and tears. Countless sacred lords, elders, and disciples had used up their youth. Using the power of the entire sacred ground, it had taken them 50,000 years to create the dragon pattern cauldron. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt an extremely dangerous aura. An extremely bad premonition rose in his heart. He turned into a bolt of lightning and retreated, dodging quickly. "It's too late. You shouldn't have given me so much time to prepare. If you want to hear the secrets of the light-shaking realm, no problem. I can continue to tell you, but only if you can survive." Yang Yi laughed coldly. He had been happy to stall for time, focusing his divine power on the diamond chakram. Boom! He raised his hand and shot out the shining chakram. It turned into a bolt of silver lightning that seemed capable of shattering the heavens. The silver light shone resplendently and rumbled. The black sky trembled violently as if it was about to shake down all the stars in the sky. As for the crimson ground, it was directly shattered, and it continued to spread and collapse. Rubble flew through the air. The diamond chakram chased after Yi Fan. It had turned into the size of a millstone. Although it was not very large, it was extremely frightening and possessed unparalleled strength. Clang! The silver light was like snow, dazzling everyone's eyes. The diamond chakram fell down and slammed into the myriad chi cauldron. A deafening explosion rang out, and the ground collapsed. Many huge rocks and endless amounts of sand were sent flying thousands of meters into the sky. It was as if the end of the world had come. Under this shocking attack, Yi Fan was sent flying 3 or 4 kilometers. The myriad chi cauldron above his head was buzzing, and his blood was boiling. This weapon is too terrifying. It must be something that combines the Tao and principle. Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. When he thought about how this chakram was made from Daluo silver essence and was formed from an ultimate path divine weapon, he became even more uneasy. Boom! The second attack was earth-shattering. Within a radius of thousands of meters, angry waves surged into the sky. All the rocks and soil were sent flying, and then turned into ashes in the sky. On the ground, a bottomless pit with a radius of thousands of meters appeared. It was pitch black and extremely frightening. The power of one attack was so terrifying that Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. This was truly frightening. Yi Fan's cauldron was sent flying into the sky and separated from him. This was sent flying by incomparable saint power, and he could not control it at all. At this moment, he realized the seriousness of the situation. The diamond chakram's terror had exceeded his expectations. The secret of all of the 9 secrets was activated, and his speed increased tenfold. He dodged the third attack and rushed into the sky. Finally, he regained control of the cauldron before the diamond chakram caught up. This can't go on. He swung the deity striking whip and struck the snow-white silver light in the sky. Clang! An earth-shattering sound shook his eardrums and made his arm go numb. The power of the diamond chakram was too great, and its material was special. Even the deity striking whip could not shatter it. It really makes one wonder if this is the diamond chakram from the other side of the starry sky. Yi Fan was sent flying several kilometers again. This kind of terrifying divine might could easily kill a cultivator at the first heavenly layer of 4 extremities. If not for Yi Fan's special physique, that attack just now would not have made his arm go numb, but would have completely shattered it. He hurriedly checked the deity striking whip, afraid that it would be damaged. Fortunately, it was still simple and unadorned without any abnormalities. Damn it! Does your grandmaster think I'm the saint child of some holy land? He gave you such a terrifying weapon. Yi Fan was full of resentment. Yang Yi ignored him and once again activated the diamond chakram. It emitted a dazzling silver light and struck down. Boom! The earth collapsed once again. Rubble flew into the sky, and a radius of thousands of meters turned into a land of ruin. The pit was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Yi Fan had personally experienced the power of the 5-colored feather fan, and it was extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, the precious fan shattered in the black hole, immediately destroyed. Yes, he couldn't even resist it. With a flash of colorful light, the rainbow feather fan turned into ashes, causing Yi Fan to shudder in fear. I forgot to tell you. My ancestor was from the same generation as the Sacred Lord. His treasure had already formed the pattern of heaven and earth 800 years ago. It's not wrong for you to die here. Yang Yi's face turned even paler. He had consumed too much of his divine power. Although the diamond chakram was powerful, it was not something he could use as he pleased. Yi Fan didn't say anything. Finally, he activated the secret of all, transforming the cauldron to a height of 9 meters and smashing it upwards. However, the black hole formed by the diamond chakram had an unimaginable power. It actually shrunk the cauldron and swallowed it. Yi Fan was astonished. He hurriedly activated it and did his best to resist. The all-life source was a holy object, but it didn't have the pattern of heaven and earth. It couldn't use divine techniques and could only be sturdy. Clang! Under his all-out resistance, the cauldron finally shrunk to a height of 3 meters and struck the diamond chakram. The sky shook violently. Yang Yi couldn't bear it anymore. His face was drained of all color as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Clang! Yi Fan activated the all-life source cauldron and struck it fiercely, causing the diamond chakram to shake violently. Yang Yi received the impact and almost fell from the sky. At this time, Yi Fan also rushed up to avoid the black hole. He swung the deity striking whip and smashed the edge of the circular diamond chakram. Buzz! The void trembled as the diamond chakram turned into the size of a palm and spun in the air. Silver light flickered as the black hole disappeared. Yang Yi's divine power was insufficient and could no longer support it. The black hole disappeared as a result. Yi Fan activated the Great Cauldron. The all-life source qi fell down and with a swoosh, the diamond chakram was collected inside. He didn't want to face this terrifying weapon again. After the diamond chakram interweaved Tao and logic, its power was so great that even he felt horrified. Clang, clang, clang. Even though Yang Yi's divine power was declining, he still persisted in activating the chakram. He still had terrifying battle power. The diamond chakram attacked the cauldron, causing it to buzz and sway. Yi Fan endured and rushed over with the deity striking whip. He lashed out, causing the void to collapse as he went straight for Yang Yi's head. Light flickered as Yang Yi took out 7 or 8 magic treasures. But how could these things stop the deity striking whip? Pa-cha, pa-cha. Shattering sounds rang out continuously as all the magic treasures were shattered. All kinds of sparkling treasure fragments turned into a resplendent meteor shower under the night sky and fell from the sky. Ah! Yang Yi's divine sense was injured. He held his forehead and screamed. Yi Fan brandished the deity striking whip and smashed down. Pa! His head was smashed. White brain juice and fresh blood splattered everywhere as the corpse fell from the sky. Finally, everything calmed down. The stars twinkled and the moonlight was as clear as water. The earth was full of desolation, destroyed beyond recognition by this great battle. Yi Fan landed on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. This battle was finally over. The diamond chakram's power was beyond imagination. However, the harvest was also great. From now on, he had the deity striking whip for close combat and this treasure chakram for long-range attacks. With the two working together, his battle power would rise to a new level. Under the bright moonlight, the diamond chakram was sparkling and translucent. Its entire body was silvery white with natural Tao patterns. Yi Fan didn't dare to be careless. He used the all-life source qi to hold it in place and then probed his divine sense into the chakram. He felt that even if a major character lent such a treasure to Yang Yi, it would most likely leave behind some kind of mark. As expected, when he probed the deepest part of the diamond chakram, a dangerous aura rushed over. Swoosh! He quickly retreated and a wisp of his divine sense chased after it. An illusory figure appeared in the void and pounced towards Yi Fan. Pa! Yi Fan immediately brandished the deity striking whip and struck it 3 times in a row, turning that wisp of divine sense into flying ashes. Then, he once again probed into the diamond chakram. The inside was as clear as if it had been washed. It was sparkling and translucent like a starry sky. The inside of a weapon interwoven with Tao and reason is actually like this. At this point, Yi Fan was relieved. This treasure chakram now belonged to him. After this battle, he became alert. Even with the deity striking whip in hand, some weapons might not be able to break it and couldn't do anything to the opponent's divine sense. Starlight sprinkled down as Yi Fan carved the 6th Yi character. Carrying the deity striking whip on his back, he walked alone into the depths of the scarlet earth and disappeared. 3 days later, news came from the Yin province that the 2 disciples taught by the Wavering Light Holy Land's hidden elder had died a violent death. Only 2 heads remained while their bodies had turned into flying ashes. The only clue was that a Yi character had been carved next to the 2 heads. It was bold and forceful, full of killing intent and provocation. The news that Yi Fan had killed a Wavering Light Holy Land disciple in the Yin province spread like wildfire. Many people flocked to this place. Just 1 day later, news came from the Kuan province that Yi Fan had fought with the Wavering Light Holy Land disciple Qin Tai, and had used the diamond chakram to turn him into flying ashes. When this news came out, many of the oases were shaken. In particular, a few of the older generation knew that the diamond chakram was the weapon of an important figure in the Wavering Light Holy Land. What happened? How did the Wavering Light Holy Land's treasure fall into Yi Fan's hands? How did he turn the Wavering Light Holy Land's disciple into ashes? You guys probably don't know yet. The Wavering Light Holy Land's hidden elder wants to compete with the Wavering Light Holy Land's orthodox bloodline for the position of Holy Son. He sent 10 of his disciples to kill Yi Fan. Many cultivators in the nearby oases were discussing spiritedly. This is an undisguised provocation. The Wavering Light Holy Land sent 10 experts to kill Yi Fan, but in the end, one of them was killed instead. Is Yifan really in the area between the An province and the Kuan province? Could it be someone else's doing? It should be him. Someone saw it with their own eyes. He was definitely the one who killed Qin Tai with the diamond chakram. Yang Yi, Gu Litian, and the others had been killed in the Red Land. Until now, no one had discovered it. The fact that 3 of them had been killed was enough to cause chaos in the outside world. At night, a bonfire danced. Yifan met up with Tu Fei and the Black Empress. That was too fierce. If the Wavering Light Holy Land knew about it, their faces would turn green. Tu Fei said after learning about the result, "I really hope you can break the curse and enter the 4 ultimate secret realms. That way, you can show the supreme glory of the sacred body of the ancients again." Yifan said, "I'm looking forward to the holy city of the northern region. I'm counting on the great sage's land stone materials for the 1 million kilograms of origin." Tu Fei laughed and said, "There's only one of the top 10 warriors left. If they're all killed, the news will spread and shake the entire northern region. I want to see where the Wavering Light Holy Land will put their faces." 2 days later, Yifan, Tu Fei, and the Black Empress found the last person in the Kuan province. He killed him with the diamond chakram again. Many people came after hearing the news and saw it with their own eyes. Jianghu, Xianxia, and some of the saints appeared there. Yifan saw them from afar. He crossed the void with the Black Empress and Tu Fei. If he didn't enter the 4 ultimate secret realms, he wouldn't fight with the saints. He tried his best to avoid them. After everything was settled in the An province and the Kuan province, Yifan set out on the road to the holy city of the northern region. Go find Li Heishui. He's been in the holy city for the past half a year. This was what Tu Fei told him before he left. When Yifan left, the An province and the Kuan province were shaken. The corpses deep in the Red Land were finally discovered one by one. The 6 words, Yi, were shocking. The Alcade realm was shaken, and many cultivators of the northern region were shocked. The Alcade realm's hidden elders had sent 10 disciples to hunt down Yifan, but they were all killed between the An province and the Kuan province. It was a resounding slap to the face. The Alcade realm's so-called top 10 masters became a joke. They were all killed by Yifan's people. Even the Alcade realm's precious treasure, the diamond chakram, had fallen into Yifan's hands. It was truly a shameful thing. One word, Yi, meant 10 lives. The 10 disciples of the Alcade realm's hidden lineage had all fallen. It caused a huge wave, and many people were dumbfounded. They found it hard to believe. Those are the top 10 elites of the Alcade realm's hidden lineage. Even if they can't compare to the Alcade realm's true disciples, they are definitely extraordinary. But they were all killed by the sacred body of the ancients, Yifan? This is unbelievable. Most people had only heard about this battle. It was impossible for them to witness it with their own eyes, but the news still spread like wildfire. The young generation and the sons of the great sage were on alert. They didn't care about Yifan's current strength. Even if he entered the level 5, they wouldn't care. But what if he broke the curse and entered the 4-level secret realm? Everyone shuddered at the thought of this outcome. Even Jianghu, who had the God King body, and the talented Xiaojiu and the others were deep in thought. However, almost everyone didn't think that Yifan could break the curse. In the past, the sacred bodies of the ancients cultivated by the great sage all stopped at the Holy Palace secret realm. The storm swept the northern region. Yifan heard a lot along the way. Half a month later, he finally approached the holy city of the northern region. Chapter 322. Yifan headed north. After flying for more than 10 days, he passed through mountains and rivers. After who knew how many tens of thousands of li, he finally approached the northern region's holy city. The northern region's holy city was the absolute center. On this scarlet land, it was just as famous as Origin ancient mine. The northern region's residents regarded it as a divine land. Late autumn arrived. The weather was already extremely cold. On the bare tree branches, there would occasionally be 1 or 2 leaves that stubbornly hung on. The oasis where the holy city was located was extremely vast, its circumference reaching several tens of thousands of li. There were many cities here. Compared to the other provinces, Holy Province was the most peaceful. No matter how daring the bandits were, they still wouldn't dare to loot this oasis, because the various great powers all had troops stationed in this province. The northern winds swept through the white grass. The season of snow was already not far away. Many of the pedestrians on the road were already wearing beast skin clothes. The road leading to the holy city was extremely wide. It wasn't a problem for more than 10 carriages to travel side by side. Apart from the northern region's residents, cultivators could be seen flying through the sky from time to time. At this moment, Yi Fan was already less than 600 li from the holy city. On both sides of the road were towering mountains and broken cliffs, all of them imposing and majestic. This bluestone road seemed to have been carved out by someone. When he was less than 200 li from the holy city, the number of pedestrians clearly increased. Strange beasts galloped like wind and lightning. Most of them were cultivators. Suddenly, a muffled thunderous sound rang through the air. Several dozen riders rushed over like a tide. It had to be said that these people were extremely arrogant. They rode their beasts forward, stepping in midair. They were only a few meters above the ground as they advanced along the main road. Wild beasts roared. A crazy gale roared past, blowing many people's hair into a mess. Quite a few people glared angrily at them. One could clearly see that several meters above their heads, long hooves and unicorn leopard claws trampled through the air. This was a great disrespect to the pedestrians on the road. The people in midair urged their beasts forward, not caring about the feelings of the people on the main road at all. They rushed towards the holy city, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Normal people definitely wouldn't dare do this, because most of the people heading for the holy city were cultivators. This would easily offend others. Which ancient family's disciple is this? He really is too arrogant, stepping on our heads to advance. There were people on the main road who were discontent. Forget it. Don't say too much. The city was very prosperous. There were palaces in great numbers and wide ancient streets. There were gambling dens, immortal towers, Wind Moon Palace, Holy Lord Watchtower, Demon King Pavilion, and many others. It was extremely luxurious. Mortals and cultivators mixed together. People came and went in the city. Half of them were cultivators. In such a place, no one dared to act rashly. They might accidentally bump into a descendant of an ancient family. If they were unlucky, they might directly step on the feet of a grand elder of a holy land. This wasn't impossible because there were many such people in the holy city. Yi Fan found that his eyes weren't enough. The ancient city was huge and the layout was exquisite. It was very mysterious. He suspected that some palaces were as old as this city. On the side of the bustling street, there would occasionally be a palace that occupied an extremely large area. It was richly ornamented like a palace. What is this place? He asked the passers-by from time to time. This is an inn opened by the Five Elements Palace. It's not bad. A palace as an inn. Not bad. Yi Fan was a little dumbfounded. After walking for a short distance, he saw a palace garden. The garden was magnificent, and the buildings were towering. What is this place? This is a gambling den. It's too small. I suggest you go to the gambling dens in the Holy Lands, the person beside him answered. This kind of palace garden is considered a small gambling den. Yi Fan was really speechless. Not long after, he saw some pavilions that were suspended in mid-air. They weren't messy and were arranged in a very orderly and elegant manner. Uncle, may I ask what this place is? Yi Fan couldn't help but ask again. It's your first time in the holy city, right? The old man in his 50s glanced at him and said, This is a restaurant. It's not bad. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He really didn't know what to say. Everything was extremely luxurious. The old man in his 50s said, If you have enough energy, you can go up and have a meal. There are all kinds of delicacies in the world. Female cultivators will pour wine for the guests and play the zither. No one flew in the city. Even if they were cultivators, they still strictly followed the city rules. On the bustling street, people came and went, rubbing shoulders. After walking for a while, Yi Fan finally arrived at a quiet place. This was a Taoist temple. It wasn't grand or tall, but it occupied an extremely large area. There were many ancient trees planted in the surroundings. The Taoist temple was hidden in the vast mortal world. It was much quieter than other places, giving off a feeling of returning to nature. This was a very special place. It seemed to have the aura of the Grand Tao flowing around. There were clearly many people coming in and out, but it was quiet and peaceful. Uncle, I want to ask, Where is this place? Why is there a Taoist temple? Yi Fan asked a middle-aged fat man in his 40s. You're new, right? I can tell that you just came to the holy city. It was this sentence again. Every time he asked someone, he would hear this sentence. The middle-aged fat man chuckled and said, This is the Dao One Holy Land Stone Square. It's quite famous and is a very good place. Recently, their saintess often appears and stays here. If young people want to see her beauty, they can't miss this opportunity. Uncle, why are you smiling so vulgarly? Hee hee. You don't know, but this place has been very lively recently. 8 lunatics jumped out of nowhere and declared that they would gamble on stones in the Dao One Holy Land and win their saintess. Uncle, I see that you really like to gossip. Yi Fan glanced at the middle-aged fat man. These 8 lunatics have a great background. Even the Jiang family's grand elder couldn't suppress them. After they took out a scarlet jade token, the Jiang family's old man turned around and left. Who are these 8 people? Yi Fan asked curiously. Who knows? The middle-aged fat man muttered. Come, let's go in and take a look. Yi Fan declined politely. The middle-aged fat man chuckled and wretchedly walked into the Dao One Holy Land Stone Square alone. Who wants to win against the saintess of the Holy Land? Why are they competing with me? But this is good too. If there are more people like this, it will be easier for me to fish in troubled waters in the Holy City, Yi Fan muttered. After turning a corner, there was a large lake in front of them. The lake water was dark blue, like a huge sapphire embedded in the ground. Many people were walking along the riverbank. The willows swayed and the warm wind blew. Many dragon boats and phoenix pavilions were docked in the lake, and the melodious sound of stringed instruments could be heard. Yi Fan found that most of the people on the shore were young. When he looked up, he was even more surprised. In the depths of the lake, the sky was shrouded in clouds and mist. There were also many large boats floating, as well as some palaces and pavilions. What is this place? Yi Fan was puzzled. This time, he was not called a first-time visitor, but was looked down upon. You're already here, but you still think you're an innocent young man. Big brother, I really don't know what this place is. Tell me about it. Yi Fan asked humbly. People came and went, and willows lined the lakeside. The man glanced at him and said, You don't know the famous Miaoyu Nunnery in the Holy City? What kind of place is Miaoyu Nunnery? It's my first time in the Holy City, Yi Fan said. Of course it's one of the top 10 brothels in the Holy City. Recently, the successor of Miaoyu Nunnery is about to be born. I guess some holy sons and successors of the families of the ancients have secretly come here. You came here on your first visit to the Holy City. I'd like to see it, but I really didn't know about it before. The man glanced at him and said, It's lively here at night. The lights are brightly lit, the immortal lake sparkles, and the jade palaces and jade boats appear in the sky. The most outstanding successor of Miaoyu Nunnery is about to be born, so some holy sons and young people of the families of the ancients may come here secretly. Is Miaoyu Nunnery that famous? Yi Fan was surprised. Miaoyu Nunnery has an ancient heritage and is extremely powerful. Naturally, it's extremely famous, not much weaker than the Holy Lands. Among the top 10 brothels in the Holy City, Miaoyu Nunnery could be ranked in the top 3, not to mention its heritage and strength. It was said that the previous nunnery had inexplicable relationships with some holy sons when they were young, and some of those holy sons later became holy lords.